Okay. Our microphones. Could you watch the stream on YouTube and see if it's working?
Yeah.
All right. LinkedIn is causing problems, everyone. Sorry about this.
Hello.
All right, LinkedIn is live.
Oh. What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not.
What? Oh, yeah. All right, everyone. We're joining in a second. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, yeah, we are hot.
Why do I have an echo? Oh, it's through. There we go.
I'm just making the TV.
All right, everyone. We're joining in a second. Thank you for your patience. Now we need to mute the Google Meet up there. Mute this. Okay, cool. I'm waiting for Vinay, but I'm not seeing him on the list of people right now.
Oh.
It's not on here. Is he responding to anything, or?
Nope.
Okay, let's get started.
You gotta turn that volume on.
Where?
Television.
No, but we need to hear people when
Yeah,
they
just
join.
open your computer on Google Meet. Oh.
Okay, well.
Oh, yeah, or you can meet the live streams. That works too.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. Join in 1 second. Okay, let's get started. Where is the live stream on here? Is it this? Where is the audio coming from? Okay.
Oh, yeah, or you can meet the live streams. That works too.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. Try in 1 second.
Maybe you just mute all the Chrome tabs on the Mac Mini.
Is it this? Yeah, you're probably right. Where is the audio coming from? Yeah, it was YouTube. Sorry, everyone.
There you go. That's the URL you want.
Almost done. Okay.
Maybe just mute all the Chrome tabs on the Mac Mini.
That's still not it.
I think it's OBS.
It's this. Definitely that. There we go. All right, guys. So let's get Wait, I muted everyone when I, okay. Sorry guys, we're getting used to live streaming. I need to copy, paste this over. Now you should have audio in this room, this room, this room. All right, everyone. Okay, audio's back. Are you guys able to unmute yourselves? Can you give me, are you guys able to unmute yourselves?
Hey. All right.
Try saying something?
Say something.
Hey guys.
Yeah, there
Perfect.
we go.
Okay, that's going. Awesome. I was thinking let's just start going through some speedrun applications. So whoever wants to share your screen, share a question, you have the Google Meet. It is live.
You've got the floor.
So whoever wants to go for it, just go for it. I'm going to start moving some things around. I'm going to minimize this. And then minimize this. But yeah, so ideally that's what we're thinking is doing is just share your screen, share your application, and we will give you feedback.
I'm seeing a lot of comments being asking to be let in. We are just going to handpick as we go. Up first, we've got these two lovely folks, but we will be letting people in after, and we're not just going to let everybody into the Google Meet at once. But you guys may continue if you've got anything you want to know.
Yeah, no, please share your application. So the guys on the screen right now, share your application right now, or I will remove you from the Meet.
Happy to go first, I guess.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, Yukichi. Looking good.
Schmad,
Love the haircut. Can you turn the TV up so I can
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
yourself?
Hey Yukishi, I just you do it, but I'm happy to hand over to you if you want.
Sorry?
I'm just sharing screen, but feel free to go first.
Oh,
I'll just
if you already got your screen up, go ahead. Okay, thanks.
The TV is not working.
All right.
Muted it.
So,
Then just
how do you want to go about this? Should I read it aloud? You want to just take a quick scan?
let's take a quick scan. Maybe if you have any specific questions, you can start with that. But I think we probably got to review it a little bit.
Okay, let's see. All right, so give us like a high level overview. What are you building?
It's a payment processor for candidates to public office actually like collects data. Right now, two payment processors that really operate in this space. Sorry, the audio's weird, so it's a little frustrating. But oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, the two payment processors that operate in the space don't collect any data, which is crazy to me. They only collect your employer and your job, your occupation. So I think there's a big opportunity to like when donors donate to candidates of public office, if they were to kind of like split up their donation and stack rank it across like whatever a person's political platform is, then the candidate would, get like a A/B tested basically political campaign. They would know what they could stop talking about, what to talk more about, and I think just be more effective at running.
Gotcha.
1 second, hold on. We're trying to deal with echo. Are you guys still hearing echo? Are we all muted?
I've muted us. Okay, wait, sorry. We're just trying to deal with the audio so you guys don't get an echo and then they don't get an echo.
It's echoing, but not bad from somebody else. But maybe you've changed it. Well, it's because this and your mic are probably too close to each other.
No, this is the mic. This is pulling from the same source, I believe. Sorry, guys. This is. Oh, there's our problem. This should make it better. Okay. All right. So.
Okay, echo's gone.
Is the echo gone?
That
Everyone?
sounds good.
This is better.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's review this. Payment processor collects data, helps A/B test. Okay. Tell us about your experience. So I'd say one quick piece of feedback is maybe the team's experience is, I forget, is there a word cap, or is there a cap of how many characters you can type for each one of these?
I don't remember. I
don't
think I
think
just
there
got.
is.
Okay. Well, I guess obviously the 100 words or less definitely is one. Affiliate beyond capitalizing the opportunity for content creation. I mean, this is definitely a pretty decent space. Pay and processor for political candidates to help them win by collecting data through stack ranking donations. Okay, what's kind of your experience in the space? Like, what got you interested in this idea specifically?
The donating experience sucks. If you go to donate to anyone, like it's crazy how disconnected everything is. If you can't even, so Act Blue is like the primary like Democrat Party platform. You can't, there's no search function there. You just have to, as a candidate, link to like this random web page that then allows you to like make a donation, and it's just crazy how terrible of an experience it is. So I don't have any like political experience, but in terms of like from the donor side of things, it's I felt compelled to work on this.
I have two questions. One, you said there's two dominant parties. One is App Blue. What's the other one?
Win Red, that's the conservative.
Okay. And then, were you donating like this previous political season, and then this is a pain point that you saw, so you were excited about it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
in a sense.
Okay, interesting. And then do you have like a deck for this product?
Yeah.
Do you mind showing that?
Sure.
So I think like at a high level, the way that I categorize like, or I don't want to say what the Andreessen team is looking for, but I think in general what seed invest in is you make a bet in either one of two directions. One of those directions is a team bet, and then the other is a traction bet, right? And you want to kind of like push yourself into one or the other application. All right, David, thank you. Yeah. So let's see in your deck. I think, well, also, I'm all for like simple aesthetics, maybe a little bit more in terms of aesthetics here. There's probably a little bit more to be desired. But yeah, maybe we could go through a few of these. Let's see. Okay, so that's the first slide. Go to the second slide. The problem: candidates want to consume money. Yeah, I think we could do a little bit more here in terms of what's the actual dollar amount. Like maybe show an example of how much scale, how much money is actually being, sent through the system, and how much money could be potentially made here. That might be an immediate thing. I don't know, David, if you have any comments on this, just jump in. So I think the relative ordering, let's see, you have problem. What's the next slide?
Solution.
Through stack ranking candidates, unlock that. So I think just putting a little bit more into like, okay, what does maybe that like look like at a high level, like or some like visual to describe, okay, what is stack ranking of candidates? How should I think about that? Maybe just an example might be a good one, showing, okay, look, like most VCs will not be familiar with any specific industry, but maybe giving a quick example of like what understanding like what is stack ranking of candidate issues. I'm assuming that's just, okay, you want a candidate to spend more money on X, and that's why you're giving money to this candidate. I think, but
Yeah, like basically the idea, when people run, they're like, I'm gonna make the cities safer, I'm gonna make more jobs, I'm going to make the parks prettier, and like a bunch of different ideas. And then the stack ranking part is like, okay, I'm gonna put $20 to making the streets cleaner, $5 to making the parks better.
Gotcha.
And then
okay. Yeah, I'd say like primary feedback on at least the first two parts is just showing the scale of the problem in terms of dollars, like just giving a like quick high level. The problem, I think, just showing a little bit more of an example there. Okay, you do have the market slide, nice. $5 billion was arguably the most. Okay, interesting. And then could you go to slide 5?
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. And then could you go to slide 4, please? Gotcha. Okay. So it really is just like like the United States government. It's a two-party like duopoly right now, right? And then the differentiation that you're bringing to the market is that you're able to say, hey, instead of just donating money, you can say, what do you want to donate about?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
And I think there would be cool, social network effects from having like an actual connected, like, candidate platform.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. And I think one other thing, like put in VC hat on, would be what is kind of like your go-to-market and like how would you take over this market? That might be something that you want to talk about briefly in there. Is just saying, what's your like unique insight or like method of going to market, and it should never be Facebook ads. It should always be like, okay, what, instead of just burning dollars, what is it going to be? What is, how are you going to get people to use this product? Yeah.
Yeah, the plan is to there are like nonprofits that focus on getting young people to run for the first time, and so people that are new to the political realm, I think they'll be looking for like a leg up, and they haven't made any technology decisions yet on how to run their campaign. I think this could be a pretty compelling one.
Makes sense. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Can you go to slide 9? That'd be my last quick comment here.
Just me. I'm looking for a co-founder. Still, my guy that I was going to work on this with, his mom is getting pretty sick, so there's a gap. But
okay,
That's really unfortunate.
that's
Check the comments because a lot of people are talking there. Not you, him. And I think there's some people that can give you tips, so you can look in there. There is founder matching, but I think it's really important to choose somebody that you trust. Liam and I have been friends since middle school, so we go way back, but there are ways that you can find people that are also looking for this, but that is like a really important thing in establishing the team. You're gonna wanna have like a story about that, so definitely think about it.
I would say Speedrun specifically because that's what we're going for today. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I found that they really value teams that have a co-founder. So I would try to prioritize finding someone ASAP. It's really great that you already have engineering experience because usually what you want is like more of a engineer who can flex into business, an engineer who can be core engineering, and that's like the power duo usually. But if you can find someone else, I found that it's a slight bias towards having at least 2 or more co-founders. So I'd try to do that. And yeah, to David's point, like ideally someone that you trust, but is in the top of who you work with, right? Not just like a friend because they are a friend, but a friend because they're the smartest people that you know. So yeah, I really like the idea. This is really cool. I think, yeah, just bring the slides together a little bit more in terms of just maybe not the aesthetics even, but I'd say the 2 parts of feedback were, one, give me like an example, like help me paint the picture of just imagine, maybe you start with imagine a world where instead of just donating blindly to a candidate, you donate to a cause that a candidate cares about and you tell them, I want you to do this. Something like that. And then the second piece of feedback is, yeah, if you can try to find a co-founder, or even on the slide, like describe maybe even like 2 runner-up people that you're in conversations with would be your co-founder. That's pretty important too.
Cool. All right.
Sweet. I like it.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Yukichi.
Thanks, Matt.
Good stuff. All right, let's keep.
Yeah, we've got a lot of interest, so we're going to try to get to as many people as we can. There's also a lot of interesting things in the, at least YouTube comments that I'm looking at right now. I'll try to answer some as Liam.
Yeah, we're going to start bringing more people in. Whoever talks first.
Hey guys, happy to go in next.
Yep, go for it. Take it over.
Thanks for making time for this. Is it okay if I start with just a couple of slides of intro and then jump into the application?
Yeah, you want to do the full pitch? Do it.
I'll just be a couple of slides, but then if you have more questions, I can show you more.
Perfect.
Super. So thanks for making time for this, first of all. My name is Mehdi, and I'm joined with my co-founder, should probably be in the room or the webinar.
Oh, shoot. Let me let them in.
Cap.
One sec. I'll get them in here. 1 second. That's...
Super.
Wow, okay. Google Meet sucks.
I guess it depends on their email.
Yeah, I'm
Is
not
register something
seeing
different?
your co-founder in here, but
Happy to continue. No worries.
Okay.
yeah, continue.
Thanks. If you find him, let him in. Otherwise, that's okay.
Yeah.
So joined by Cap, and started our entrepreneurial journey in November last year, just trying to talk to as many users as possible in our network. After more than 100 interviews later, we came back full circle on a very simple problem. Enterprises leadership still wastes a couple of hours, if not more, per week, just illustrating slides.
Yeah.
And so the solution we're building is Tesserae, an illustrator specifically meant for C-suite ready slides. Why we're building this now is because there's about 20 plus slide generators out there, but none of them seem to have been built with our target users in mind. More importantly, we're trying to build something that combines our decade experience just building slides for C-suite audiences with latest AI technologies and generative AI technologies. And the way that looks like in practice is, let's say I'm the head of growth at an enterprise company. I know exactly what I want to illustrate, got 10 bullet points, but don't know how to put that into a slide. Within a few seconds, you get a structured illustration of that content that follows a certain hierarchy and that's easier to digest. That's the quick pitch, and now I'll show you the application for more details.
Awesome. And then Vinay, we finally got you in. Google Meet sucks. So I want to also introduce everyone to Vinay. If you don't know him, you should know him. He was part of our Speedrun batch. He's building LayerPath, incredible startup. So he's also going to jump in and help out whenever you're in. So I don't know, Vinay, do you want to take the first stab at this?
I just joined in, just getting to know what this is. So
okay, same here. Okay, cool.
My gut reaction is I think this is an interesting one because since you're building like slides that are C-suite ready, your slides are really important. They need to look good. They do look good, so that's something that we struggle with when we were doing a lot of our slides. We used just Google Slides, and we weren't particularly paying attention to exactly what the layout should be, like not making it perfect, and that's something that we got feedback on. But yours are looking very nice, so that's really important. And I liked how you led up with the problem. It was nice and easy to understand. So I think you set it up well. I think obviously that's not like your entire pitch, so there's probably more details in there, but I'd want to see it dive into a couple of different other areas and categories, thinking about like what is the market for that, because I don't really know what I would think the market for that would be. C-suite.
Well, that's what it's, yeah, C-suite. So what you're going after here, right, is primarily, is it going after like directors as well, or are you really just targeting like CEOs?
Exactly. I mean, it's more of a behavioral framing. So anyone who reports to the C-suite or has to create presentations for C-suite. Yeah. So it might be other members of the C-suite. It might be VPs, directors, heads.
Interesting. You're really hitting at the kind of pyramid of like where AI replacement is most competitive, right? And it's like, okay, customer service is really already taken over. Software engineers are kind of in the crosshairs, and then you're getting closer to the editor-in-chief of a company, and that's pretty interesting. Yeah, what could you, let me quickly take a read of this. Generated market illustrated, okay.
Tell me about your team experience. I'm reading it right now, but I'd like to hear it from you.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cap and I actually met 13 years ago in a friend's kitchen, and didn't speak for that entire time, I think, and randomly reconnected on YC's co-founder matching platform last year, both following a first startup experience and quite just passionate about the topic of data storytelling. Cap was coming from a background of 10 years plus in data science, working in companies like Looker and then Google through the acquisition. And I spent most of my time working in management consulting and then as a scale-up operator for a company that sold to consultants. And so together, I think we started the journey just trying to better understand why were teams struggling to translate data into stories. And just 100 interviews later, came back full circle on that very simple step at the very end of the value chain, which was just illustrating the insight.
What's the, actually, could you go back to the slides quickly? This is interesting. I think there's definitely a market, and maybe could you go, let's see, okay, we've got the why now. Yep, that makes total sense. Defensible tech, interesting. Yeah, okay. And then, could you go to the next slide? Okay, yeah, see demo next, let's see. I think what I'm trying to get to is like, what, in terms of how would you make money off this? Is this just like a service that you would be going after C-suite? And then also I'm curious about like, what's your unique kind of like method of GTM for this group? Do you have like a lot of friends that are CEOs, or what's your strategy on trying to get those folks? Oh wait, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'll start with the second question. So on the GTM, to be honest, we started by tapping into our direct networks first, ex-classmates, ex-colleagues, but quite focusing on that trench within, the enterprise segment, like from senior managers and above. That worked quite well. We complemented that by then doing targeted outreach for our ICP on LinkedIn. Which got us a very decent response rate, and is getting us a lot of demos at large companies. So for now, we'll keep doing that, but definitely once we release the first version of the product, would like to accelerate things.
Gotcha. So the current status is you're getting demos, but you're still waiting to build out the product.
Exactly, we're building it in parallel, and we'll hopefully release the first version that, it's 50-60% there by the end of April, beginning of May. Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay, I like this is, I'm trying to place you in either the team or traction bet. It sounds like the team's pretty strong, and then the traction is just like that you're in a really good spot of just showing that there is some demand, right? And when you're talking about the LinkedIn outreach, like what you're doing is just probably like Sales Navigator, chatting with people, trying to get them to connect, and then see if you'll schedule a demo. And you're going directly to C-suite themselves via LinkedIn and outreach like that, or?
Exactly. Targeted outreach, and then in terms of tractions, we've already had 150 plus interviews, which, to be honest, were not necessarily all focused on that specific topic. They were part of the initial interviews we had, and then from these converted a bit more than 15 now with the ICPs as demos, and we have about, I think close to 80-85 warm intros with other large companies.
Wait, holy shit! You have 156 interviews? How did you? What? Like phone interview? Like you spent like half an hour with 156 different people?
Yeah, we started with half an hour, and then we realized that we could get the same amount of stuff back being more efficient in 15 minutes. So now they're all 15 minutes. But yeah, we have 150 people.
Holy shit!
This is a very strong slide.
Yeah,
very much like this. Maybe bring him even further up in the conversation, depending on how you pitch this. And then I guess the question would be from me / maybe a VC, what goes into going from those interviews with actually getting people as customers, which likely would be building out the product and waiting until you get an MVP. But sorry, I cut you off. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, like, damn, yeah, agree with your sentiment of moving this up. This is really strong. And even I think maybe putting some names and faces on a slide, or just being like, yeah, I talked to the, it doesn't have to be every single one, but whichever ones are the highest. We still have an echo. Sorry, guys.
Do you think these two mics were too close or something?
Maybe I don't know. Yeah, if anyone can tell us when the echo happens, we will debug it live. I think. Yeah, showing maybe a couple spot examples of, I talked to the CEO of Lego or the CEO of UiPath, and they wanted to use this product. And then do you ask these folks in these questions, how much would you pay for it? Or would you pay for it?
We don't, because we were told not to ask that question and try to understand it and can validate that through
Okay, so
other
you can go
ways.
back to
For
them later.
example, yeah.
Okay,
But
fair enough.
yeah.
And
But we have a way of estimating that based on the value. I mean, that's the amount of hours spent creating slides, and employee salaries.
Vinay, you have free range to just jump in whenever.
Oh yeah. So this like as Liam said, I think it's a terrific slide. You should lead with traction, but also if you have done those 156 interviews, what are the insights that you gathered, the unique insights, right? So this is still quantitative, metrics. The qualitative is what did you learn from there, and the best I think insights is the willingness to pay. But the willingness to pay can also be figured out without asking the question, would you pay for this? So for that, I think it's discovering the problem, validating it during the call, and knowing that there is a repetitive pattern. And it needs to be in their top three KPIs, right? If they're not solving this, if this role's top three KPI is this, and if this problem doesn't, if it cannot be solved, they're going to lose the job, right? So the alternative way of figuring out if someone would pay is A, the problem exists, which is the validation. The problem is repetitive. And three, the problem ties directly to their top three KPIs in their role in the company. So which means they're more likely to pay for it. So I would still use a second slide. Hey, what did we learn from talking to these 156 people? And why did they agree to even get into those like 15 demos with ICPs? And what does this ICP mean? I mean, I understand you've talked about directors, heads, VPs. If you could also be very focused towards the ICP. These are companies that have 200 employees or more. They're already making 10 to $30 million ARR. And so that becomes even more tighter ICPs than just roles or the logos. And I think this is a terrific slide, like Liam said, but this is still quantitative. If you can also attach a qualitative, maybe not on the deck, but when you're talking to someone, it could be Speedrun, it could be any investors. I think that's exactly what most investors are looking for too.
It's super helpful. Thank you, Vinay.
Yeah. And just to set a context for others, I'm Vinay, one of the founders of Speedrun Cohort. I'm building LayerPath. We're building AI demo agents that is between the buyer's curiosity to the sales team. But that's a little bit about me. You can check out more on my LinkedIn. I'm really here to learn more from you guys. And if I have to say two things that really matters, not just for Speedrun, but for any investor conversations that you will have eventually, one of the areas is the traction. And a lot of people assume tractions are always about revenue. Revenues are leading metrics, which is awesome. Then you'll have more investor calls and very high chances that will be accepted in most of the programs. The lagging indicators are, your potential to show that you can actually reach out to your target ICPs, have these meetings, get insights, and draw those unique insights, right? Everyone is trying to understand what did you learn from those calls by talking to them. So tractions are also signals that the pain exists, it's repetitive, and the willingness to pay. The willingness to pay is the most important because ultimately we're all building a business. So the focus should be always about revenue. But in the absence of revenue, I think it's okay to show that you were able to reach out to like 150 plus people, get to understand the ICP. And ICP, please attach the firmographic details because only then the ICP even makes sense. Otherwise, me talking to marketing heads, there could be even a startup marketing head to a mid-market and enterprise. But I think that is super interesting. Super important. The second most important thing is even if you can find one channel that works or one scrappy channel that's already working, I think you need to present that to Speedrun or any other investor calls. It could be Reddit, it could be Twitter, it could be cold emails, or like this slide, hey, we have reached out to 150 plus. I think that combined with the founding story of the team, that's where the unique insight comes, right? Who are the team? What are they behind? What have they figured out so far? And if you can marry these two data points, I think that is a killer application by itself. That's just what I wanted to. Those are two areas I can add some value as we navigate this call. But that slide was terrific. I wish I had that slide during my submission.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really good points, Vinay. I really like that slide. And the reason that I was originally saying bring it up is really from that pitch. Like when you, part of this application is the application, but then you have to, get the interview. And that interview, you have to stick out very quickly and make them interested in you. So that's why we suggest bringing stuff towards the front and center that's really strong and powerful. I also want to, we have a lot of people, so I think we should swap it up. But did you have any, I want to be as useful as we can to help everybody understand the application and the process. Were you looking for any specific piece of feedback? Or I feel like we've answered a good amount of questions, but let me know if you wanted anything else from us.
No, agreed. You guys have been super helpful already, and I want to be mindful of everyone's time. So I'll hand over to someone else. But thanks again, and I'll reach out, later, maybe in DM if I have any other questions. Thanks,
yeah,
guys.
Make sure you post your stuff. Like if you're at that stage, anyone who's presenting, go into the chats, whether you're on YouTube or LinkedIn. Brand yourself. Tell people who you are. Talk about your company as you're presenting. It's a good opportunity. Okay, anyone else? Whoever wants to go next, just go ahead and speak. I know it's kind of a free-for-all bloodbath, but okay, we got it.
Hey guys.
Oh, yeah.
Happy to share my screen here.
No, you're
But I can give you a brief rundown of what we do, and we can dive into it. Happy to answer any questions. Love your feedback. So we're Squib. We create AI agents of you or your business, and then we automate posting on social media. So we actually post, comment, reply, and build your brand. And then from that, we're tracking everything. So we're tracking who's interacting with your accounts on social media, and those are potential leads. So the second value that we offer is enriching those leads over time. And we give all that data over to the sales team where they can go and start campaigns, DM campaigns, email campaigns, for example. So it's a bunch of different value adds that are tied together. Right now we're on Twitter with LinkedIn, Instagram, and other platforms in development.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix this audio situation live, but yeah, go for it, David.
Who is the competition in this space? I feel like I've heard of different companies that are doing vaguely social media growth. Who would you consider competition?
Totally, yeah. There's a lot of rapper companies here that just like Phantom Buster, for example, or Sintra AI. They started 4 or 5 years ago, was able to raise some capital because they were very early on, and they're quite frankly refined GPT rappers. So those are some kind of competitors, but what really sets us apart is our infrastructure, how our agents work, the memory factor, and we're able to create those clones of you or your business. So we build character files and personas based on different pillars, what topics you like, what industries you're interested in, X, Y, and Z. And that really creates a holistic profile. And we're able to actually post on social media and track the leads over time. Whereas Sintra and Phantom Buster and those other general purpose social media automation tools that you probably heard of really are in a different space.
Okay, 2 questions spawning off that, and I'm sorry about Liam or Vinay's other question is, I understand that those ones are different, and you're correct, you are different because you're agentic. Are those companies, those competitions that you listed, is there anybody in that more agentic space? That's probably something that these guys are thinking about. I feel like that is the now trend. So as an advantage to you, you're a startup, so you have to be very fast in something like this and prove to me that you are the person that can be really fast in coming into a market where there already are players that might be thinking about going into the agentic space. But regardless of a different competition that may or may not be agentic, my other question is, for those agents, what kind of data are you supplying it? How do you build enough data for that to know who you are?
Yeah, that was a really good question. So what we're doing are a few different things. So our demos are quite different than a lot of other SaaS, B2B SaaS demos. So before a customer hops on a demo, we'll go and clone a few different things. So we'll see who their competitors are, see how their competitors interact on social media, see how some of their posts go viral, see their talking style, their reply style, see how they're active. We create a clone of that competitor and 1 or 2 other competitors. In addition to that, we also clone that individual or that business. So we'll go and look at their account, see how they're posting X, Y, and Z, and we come into that demo with actual agents, clones that are built out. From that, they can actually see how it works, see how it talks, see what posts it generates. And we have a post approval and a bunch of other frameworks to make sure it's acting a certain way, however the customer wants. But they're able to see all the engagement, what time is the best time to post on social media for that specific industry, for that specific account, for who they follow, and a whole bunch of other analytics like that. And they also can track that, just general analytics, who are their followers over time, some XY graphs, and things like that. And then that really connects to the lead generation. So right now, if someone comments on your LinkedIn post, there actually are companies that are manually checking every single post to see which people, which leads are commenting on all of the posts and engaging with their posts. So we automate that entire process and are able to tell businesses or individuals who is actually interacting with their profiles on social media. And those people are probably pretty interested in your industry and your competitors and your product or your service. So those are kind of some of the data points that we provide.
Cool. I'm seeing, you definitely know more about this, but I'm seeing in the comments, and there's another thing that I thought of, is when you're interacting with social media, that, like, especially like LinkedIn, there's a lot of restrictions that they don't necessarily outline. It can ban you or agents. Are you aware of that? Is that something that you know how to handle? I don't know the exact rules of LinkedIn. I just know there are rules.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into implementation of the ideas, but yeah, I think my main questions would just be, this is a very crowded market. I think that's kind of what we've heard in the past around. This is like kind of in the AI like GTM market as well. The AI SDR, it's not quite the same thing, but it's the social media side of it. We've seen a lot of like, viral X posts of people simulating, tweets and then simulating performance. And then, so I think the first gut reaction on this is just going to be a bit of skepticism of like, how is this different than the existing products on the market right now? And the challenge that they've been facing is like very high churn because they, it does seem too good to be true. People sign up, they'll spend like, 30 grand, whatever, and then they churn pretty quickly. So I think I'm assuming that you've already heard this, and it would be interesting to kind of see immediately addressing that concern or even acknowledging that from the market in your application. I think would go a long way. Just it is there's a lot of social media automation apps, right, and products out there. I don't know, Vinay, did you have any comments on this one?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think yes, most of the apps, be it agent or wrapper, we're going to be building around the crowded space, which is why, again, I would come back to just 2 or 3 places where you can actually defend or show the moat. It's either the founder's unique insights, if you run campaigns, if you have actually done this for hundreds of customers and hence you came up with the insight. I think that's a better way to double down than showing that you're better than competitors, because your competitors are always going to have more money than you and more brand recognition. If something is working out for you, they're going to copy it overnight. So your defensibility is almost lost within a weekend or a week. So, and also tech moat is becoming really, really hard to defend. So rather than trying to defend against a technical moat, be it MCP, agents, AI, multimodal, what I would do is, why do you think this is unique? And if you can double down by showing, I've run campaigns for hundreds of my clients, if it could be services, it could be product, and double down with that by showing who are your first 2, 3 customers and how did you find them, right? So that is going to give you more clarity. And then therefore, when you're talking about this in your application or even on an interview or an investor call, that's the only thing that matters. What is that one thing that you will double down? It's going to be most often the distribution, right? And this is a distribution application for someone else. Like, how do you find leads on social media? How do you qualify them? That's great. But how are you going to find your first 100 customers? And if you could show them, where your customers are, what would they be paying you? And what is your business model? Is it PLG? Is it SLG? Or is it a combination of both? I think if you can double down on the business model combined with your unique insights and how did you find your first 3 paying customers, that is going to help your application even more stronger then talking either about features or comparing with competitors. The competitors are absolutely important. Then the whole conversation will drift towards the market landscape. Like I said, the next question would be, okay, why can't Hootsuite build this? Right? They have like $1 billion in cash flow, so why not them? So I think, and then going back and like challenging that is I think I'm not saying it's a silly game. I think eventually feature stacking parity will happen, but more on unique insights, distribution model, and business model. I think that's where I think you can sharpen both your application and pitch. That's just my quick 2 cents.
Yeah, Alec, I'll jump in too. Is like, you guys are really strong. I'm reading more about the team itself. Like, this is a really strong team bet. You guys are like cracked. I mean, it's crazy. You've done a bunch of stuff when you were like 19 and 18. Like, this is insane. So, and then I also love that you've known each other for a long time. You have complementary skills. There's a lot of strong stuff in here. I think what all three of us are just pointing at is, basically to Vinay's point of just really immediately address just the like, yeah, we will go to GTM in style. We have a unique insight that other folks in this space don't have, but you already have the team box really checked off, and it's like team plus GTM really makes a lot work. Sorry, now the audio is way too low. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to do this. This is
also
crazy.
The consulting background. I think that's like a standout thing for me. The consulting background where you grew your revenue for your clients to 20 million. I think that's phenomenal. I would double down on that. Show your strength of what you accomplished before, because everything else is like, it's going to take like a few quarters before even we start seeing a pattern. So I think early stage, especially in our stage, pre-seed, seed, I think the team matters, what teams are bringing, the founders, the founding team. I think a couple of lines that I'm reading as Leon was talking about, I think that's phenomenal. I think you should definitely highlight that.
Yeah, totally. I appreciate the insights. One quick question that I have is, we have a bunch of demos, a bunch of sales calls coming up over the next couple of days, this week and next week. And we're actually flying over to New York to do a lot of those in person. I was trying to weave that in here and actually weighing the pros and cons of like having that type of quote unquote traction into one of these paragraphs. Would you recommend doing that? We have over 30 demos, over 60 sales calls within the next 14 days. Do you feel like that's a strong selling point in this type of application?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, 1000%. What, like, wait, what? Why would it not be?
I think you probably missed out on the previous persons. That's exactly what we were recommending. If you have a traction or signals to traction, put that as your first or second slide, because your story is set there. But also double down, not just showing the numbers, like we have 10 demos, 20 demos. Give more insights about what do you mean by demos? Who are these ICP? If you win them as customers, what are we looking at as ACV? Is it $20,000, $30,000? More insights with metrics. I think that's a killer thing. Otherwise, metrics are just vanity. Unless you can double down by giving some deeper insights. Who are these customers? Why are you traveling to New York to meet them? Is it a $100,000 deal? So even if you have 2 customers paying you $100,000 deal, I think you should absolutely show that, because again, early stage, do things that don't scale. So the unique channel that you have is getting an in-person meeting, higher chances of success. I would totally put that on slide 2 or even at slide 1. Lead with traction.
Yeah. Totally. Awesome. I appreciate it.
They also have a strong team. Yeah, it's traction and team in the beginning for this one, and then quickly get into the actual thing, just because, as we were saying, the market's really crowded. So those other 2 points are very strong in what makes you different. I think, do you have any other questions? We should probably swap to someone new.
Yeah. No, I don't want to take up too much other time. There's a lot of people waiting, but thank you, everyone. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. I guess we're just hopping around to different people. Then,
so jumping in here.
Yeah, I'll just jump right in. This is hi. I really appreciate, by the way, all the feedback and what we've seen so far. There's a couple pieces that I'll be adding into my slide deck, because the first 2 actually had some pretty good feedback. So my name's Royal. The project we have here is we have an open and portable platform that lets kind of streamers, gamers, influencers, and studios to broadcast, co-create, and share across the internet. And it's not limited to 3D engines. It works in Unreal, Unity, O3D, and WebGPU, which means I can do it in Chrome. And I can do this in kilobits of traffic. I don't need a video feed anywhere. And we're able to do this where people can build their own worlds, build their own communities, and everything they want to do. And the core of it, the client and server, will actually be open sourced as well, so that we can get really fast traction. My background, a lot of this idea started when I was working over at Amazon and when I was a general manager at the Linux Foundation, where I built 2 foundations there. So I'm an engineer by trade. I've been doing it for a very long time. I'm not going to say how many years, but I have enough gray. And it's been in the games industry. So this has been a promise that people have looked for a very long time that has been vaporware. And we're actually able to do it already, including the distribution system, which I built a similar one for Star Wars The Old Republic, which had 300 million installs throughout its time globally. So we have pretty much everything, and we have a team of veterans that are already working on it in the background, and we're just starting to talk about it. As for who we connected with, we've talked to over 30 game studios who want to get their hands on this. We've talked to all the majors, Unreal, Unity, AWS. I'm an ex-Amazonian, so it's not really hard for me to do that. My network, I've got thousands of people across the entire industry that I've worked with for years. And that's a lot of really where we're starting. I thought I'd kind of start with that. I can show a quick deck and burn through it, so I'm not wasting a lot of time, and you're able to get to other people if you're interested, and just give you a little sneak peek of something that we can do.
Yeah, I think this is. Let's check out the deck. That'd be great.
Sure. So let me go ahead and jump over to that. There we go.
Oh,
So
that's
again,
very pretty. All right.
yeah, this image is actually for an exact reason. It shows multiple types of genres that don't belong in the same space and characters, because you have an open system that allows people to share assets from different games, from different environments, from things they create using AI that can live in the same space. And we're able to do this already. That's the thing. So I can take a live game from Unreal and a live game from Unity and somebody's world that they built and project it all into the same space at the same time. So it's UGC meeting all of it without a video stream. So what's the problem? 5.5 billion internet, 3.5 billion gamers. We know that people are scattered and siloed everywhere. All these games, if you're playing the game, you're stuck in that ecosystem. You play Fortnite, that's what you're in. The problem is the UGC is also stuck in those siloed platforms, which means you have this entire economic engine that's stuck. Things like Roblox, Minecraft. So that means that you've got people, the only way they can get it out there is for streamers to stream it. The problem is they're using platforms that were designed for consumption, not co-creation. I can't build on Twitch. I can't build on YouTube. I can only watch people doing it. And that's part of what we're solving. And then, of course, your digital identity has to change for each environment that you're in. So you can't traverse that either. And if you have a community that you built as a content creator and influencer, then you can't move that community. You actually have to rebuild that audience or recapture that kind of engagement, which is a problem. So we've got the open immersive platform, and that allows them to own, play, and build UGC. And you're talking about something that's done with Minecraft ease, but the flexibility of Roblox, and the power of Unreal that works on every device. And when I say every device, I'm also talking about the mobile phone in my hand, which is a major part of this market. So it's not just about PCs.
How is this working? You're running the browser, and you basically, like, it's the TLDR here that you're building a game engine in the browser.
We're actually using different game engines, and we have a 3D engine in the browser. Yes, it's not specifically a game engine, even though it has all the attributes of it. Yes.
Have you heard of Nilo?
I think I have.
They were in our speedrun batch, so this is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I've no, I don't think I've heard of them. But as an example though, I mean, here's the phone, and we've got full 3D that we can do in here, and you'll see this again when I show it shared. But I can interact and do all of this. Yeah, there we go. So that means that I can take Unreal or Unity and project it into WebGPU, and have just the assets delivered. And I can do this in under 8 seconds with a little bit of distribution technology that I've done patented before, and allow you to start playing and using this. And I'm only using, after I get the 3D assets down, which by the way are a lot, under 20 megs to get started for something complex, at about 5 kilobits of traffic.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's-
So
Mhm.
so someone Conway in the chat asked, what's the one-liner? And would you say
One-liner?
it is like what would you say is the one-liner?
It is an open and portable platform allowing streamers, gamers, and influencers to broadcast, co-create, and share on any 3D engine or browser using mobile or PC without streaming.
I would challenge you to make that shorter.
Okay. No, that's fine. It's difficult. That's the hard part, and that's the reason why I was interested in actually doing this, because the first part, when I start explaining it, it blows a lot of people's minds, because this was the dream, and all of a sudden you can touch it.
Yeah.
And that's just, and the point of the system is it has to be open. Everybody owns their data. Everybody runs their servers. This is not like what we've seen where everybody's trying to have the service to drive it all. We actually give them, they can run it on their own environments, and that allows them to monetize it. That interactive portion I talk about, think about it. I have a streamer, but I can't interact with my audience. Now imagine if my audience had their own camera, or they could drop bombs or alter the gameplay of what they're playing right now. That is a whole different ecosystem that you're talking about. So
what's the next slide? Yeah, could you go into maybe a bit around the traction? I think it's going to be pretty important.
traction is we're super early. We've already talked to 30 game studios and over 35 partners. We're talking with Unreal, Unity, AWS. Really, we've just started talking about it, to be quite honest. That is the reality, is that it's incredibly early. It's being self-funded. So this is not a project where we're just trying to find money because nobody else is putting into it. We've got a decent amount that's being funded internally to drive this. So we're not starving. We're not starving. We're not going to collapse. And the complete team is in full production.
Wow. Damn, this is in a good state. This is awesome. Interesting. Yeah, and then in the chat, I think they even said it better. Q3D Sensing Incorporated.
That is exactly what that is, though. Yeah, it's like 3D creation from Nilo versus
yeah,
piece of this aspect.
I have a couple of questions and suggestions. Please. Again, I'm not an expert in this market, but I've shared you the link that lists all Speedrun portfolio that they've backed. Until the last cohort, it was heavily game engine. So I'm not saying you're creating what others have. I see already a little bit of tech moat, and I like your thinking about going with open source, because that's a great channel to tap into to get a lot of people to pay attention. But like Liam said, there is Nilo and there are a bunch of tools, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be more tools. My main question for you, when I spoke to one of the founders, because I don't come from this background, what I understood is the landscape divides into two. It's either are you creating this for casual content, or are you creating this for professional users? Because again, it's like the whole challenge with the consumer apps. There are professional users and then there are consumers, right? So what is your target ICP here? Are you targeting, I know you said game studios, you're in conversations with game studios. So who's exactly using this, will be using this? And is it going to be the professional users creating for 3D workflow automation, solving pain points in the business, or it's creating casual content, 3D content for like casual?
It's actually a different angle. We are working with game studios so that they can integrate the plugin that we have that allows them to be able to allow people to interact with their games without rewriting their code. It allows them to create revenue streams, as well as work with content creators and influencers to gain access to an audio that they otherwise couldn't. And that is one of the monetization points that we have. But we also have the broadcaster that does all of the replication across all the services, so it can actually grow and scale. I'm putting this out there in open source because I want people to adopt it, but I'm also putting it out so you can run 20 concurrent people, which is about the size of a Discord server, and allows them to build a community. This is about building community. So one part of it is to allow professional developers to build, export, and monetize, and to give content creators and influence the ability to create their own 3D environment that their users can come to and interact with and play when they are not streaming. There are a lot of mental health problems with streamers because when they're not streaming 24/7, they don't make money. And so they're trying to find a way to further re-engage and to do that. So it is a win-win from both sides of how they do that, but we allow anybody to be able to build what they want to build. So this isn't a game, And it's not really a game engine because yes, you are building games like on it, but the reality is its purpose is to change the social fabric of how we interact with games in this
So
ecosystem.
would that be a B2B to B2C, or is it B2B and B2C? There's two different angles here.
Two different angles. That's correct. That's right. There is a B2B and a B2C. But if somebody's using, say, the Discord servers, the version, the 20 user that we open source, they want to go to 30, maybe it's $5. And if they want to go to 50, it's $10. It allows them to scale. And as they become more popular, they can grow because we built an advertising system into it that allows you to look at any surface and be discovered. So it means as you grow your communities, you can actually monetize it using brands and others who want to be able to do that.
Gotcha.
So
and
hopefully
what's
that answered your question.
Well, this is pretty impressive. I think, again, from the request for startups that a16z posts and the things they get excited, I think you are fitting in the right place. So you pretty much cracked that code. The rest is about pretty much what you shared with us on the distribution, on the unique insights that you have. If you can double down on that, I think that's a pretty solid application. But that's just my perspective.
I agree. Yeah, no, this is very well thought out. You guys know what you're doing, and yeah, to Vinay's point, like this just seems to align very well with it. It aligns very strongly with what Speedrun was when it focused on games, and there's still parts of Speedrun, like more than half of Speedrun today is still a lot of games, so definitely aligns with that. I think where folks might want to see, it's I always go back to like it's traction or a team bet. See which one of those you kind of fit into. It sounds like it's a bit more of a team right now because the traction is. Are you live with customers? Are you live with users, or is it still in the beginning phases?
No, we will start. So that will start rolling out in the early alpha phases because we actually have a monetization track before we actually launch live because we have a live feedback system that allows us to do that. That is going to be in the middle of May to the beginning of June. So we're a month out before people will start being able to touch it with the open source launch in August.
Gotcha. And then do you have a team slide somewhere in here as well? Or did I skip that?
No, I don't have a team slide in here. I described it on the application itself because we're still building part of that. But it's easy for us to put the team slide in there. Not a problem at all. And that's,
I would throw something in there. Just even totally get it that like if you're still hiring and some folks are maybe on board or contract, whatever they might be. Like I would show the leads, like brag about you and your co-founder and your leadership team. That's something that's really important, especially in the seed stages of funding, right? Is what is the team that we're betting on here?
And I've also dropped the request for startups compilation that a16z is constantly working on, an image in the chat. If that's helpful for others. They're constantly updating it, and it's not limited to this, but these are things that they're already excited and they have deep domain expertise from the operator side. So they are going to understand what's written on Artifice much better than other ideas. So that's just dropping in the comment if you guys want to look into it.
And then the other part is, do you think it'd be good if we put some of the so what you'll see in a second, what you should see. This is actually this is Chrome, by the way. You're looking at the web browser with the live 3D actually running.
Yeah.
Full fidelity. So this is what we're able to do today, actually running. And this was a direct export out of Unreal.
Show your screen, or
you're not able to. Let me. Oh, it didn't.
We see the slides still.
It's still seeing the slides. Yeah.
Let me switch that over. I thought it did. Share. There you go.
This is running in Chrome.
Wow,
yes,
great
you're
live
looking
demo.
at Chrome. I'm in Chrome.
Okay, yeah, this should be, I'll say this as blunt as possible. Like, yeah, cool, the slides, whatever. This alone is like, holy shit, what are you talking about? This is nuts.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe even like some sort of a video, and usually you don't want that in the pitch slide, but this is actually something that you should totally include this in the slide.
You should take a 5-10 seconds GIF and just embed it in your slide deck, showing this is the real walkthrough in a Chrome browser. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, this is solid. Okay, I'm gonna distill the feedback down. First feedback, highest priority. Get this into a GIF. Put this on slide 0, right? Like that. This is the moment where I immediately know what you're talking about. everything before I was like, okay, the one-liner is like kind of a small paragraph. Let's get that down a little bit more. I see where things are going here. One, shorten the one-liner to just something that's very focused, like to Vinay's point in the past of ICP. What's the problem you're going after? You know, not Uber for dogs. It can be a little bit longer than that, right? But not. You know, I think when sometimes I see one-liners where people try to stuff a lot of people and problems into one-liner. I'm like, that's not the point of the one-liner.
Right.
And I think you've got something really special here. So, of course, this is let's chat more. I'm guessing there's a few recent people in here who might reach out to you soon.
Certainly. Yeah, not a problem. I guess there's where the info is, right there. So anybody will see it.
Screenshot it, Andreessen, if you're in here.
Yeah,
I think you guys are.
AC, Troy, Colin, there's a bunch of folks in here. This is really cool. So
yeah, this is a good program for you. This is a great fit.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate the feedback. And I definitely got some great things from this too. So thank you so much for putting this.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you for bringing this and showing it off. Great demo. Incredible demo.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, let's go with.
If I take over, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Do it.
There we go.
Great. Thanks for presenting, Royal, by the way. We might reach out to you. So I think the best way for us to go through what we're working on is just showing the first initial slides of our pitch deck, just to explain what we're doing. So our one-liner is quite simple, realizing virtual reality without glasses. So yeah, I'm not gonna go through all of this, but essentially, if you think about VR, you automatically think about this headset, right? But it's quite expensive and it's also quite heavy and not so convenient, right? So what we are doing is that we are doing this directly onto any screen. So this is one of our demos that we call the dollhouse. So what's happening here is that the camera up here is tracking the movement of my face. So what I'm doing is simply moving around left and right, and you can see how this dollhouse is quite interactive here, and even we'll see this ball almost shooting out of the screen, and this paper airplane as well. This is for desktop. This is like within a gaming environment. You see kind of a GTA type of environment, a Minecraft type of environment. So simply by tilting your head or going through another angle, you open up a whole new world, right? It's not like you're looking at a screen, you're actually looking through a screen, like a portal kind of. So this is some of the demos we have for desktop. We also have for mobile here. So these are some demos that we're playing around with. Also gaming. This is like a museum type of statue. This is how you can make chats more immersive or interactive with imagine like 3D type of GIFs or emojis that you are sending to your friends. And what we just showed you is about being able to view it, but we are also building something that allows you to actually scan it. So this is my co-founder, he's the CTO. So these are actually just simple photos that he took with his own phone, like a couple of selfies from a few different angles. And then he scanned it, and then we were able to project it in a way where you essentially don't need any, glasses or any headwear or anything, and then you can automatically get this effect. So that's essentially what we're building. There are, a whole ton of different application areas that we are thinking about, but yeah, that's the core of it.
Yeah, what's kind of the go-to-market for this? Is this like a plugin that like someone like Minecraft would pay for and they have it installed? Is this like go to consumers? Kind of what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, exactly. So if we go to this slide, we're talking about like what what are we actually building? Well, we're building this viewer, and that, for example, Microsoft or any other that owns these gaming studios, they would be able to use our technology and apply that onto their games, right? And this is like the more B2C approach. So we also have the both B2B and B2C aspects. And when it comes to monetization, these are some of just a couple of those ideas that we've thought about, right? Who's the target? it can be within e-commerce, Amazon, Shopify, you name it. It can be within gaming. It can be for social media. Imagine opening up Instagram, starting to scroll, and every single image is like basically has this effect.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And quick question also would just be, okay, so it's licensing, subscription, and you go to these. Now, what's kind of the business use case? Admittedly, Dave and I are not in the games category. We're much more in the AI and B2B and then B2C, but traditionally through like mobile apps and web apps space. So, we might be asking the incorrect questions here, and you probably know the space better than we do. But one question I would have is just how do you justify, example, like the cost, for example, like Minecraft to license this technology? What's like the sell to that of like, oh, it's more immersive, people will use this, because the only challenge is they have to have webcam, but I guess everyone has a webcam nowadays, so it's not really a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, the big sell there is essentially a whole more immersive experience, right? And at the end of the day, what they're looking at is probably more retention, right? It's also a way to be distinct in the market. Like if you're the only game that actually has this immersive effect, simply with the use of your camera and not needing to buy anything, headwear that costs $1,000, and you can already play this immersive game. I think that's a quite cool sell. And you like, if you are the only or if you are the first gaming studio to offer this, then you will stand out from your competitors for sure.
Interesting, David.
Yeah, I mean, tell me what you guys think. I think that I see like two very different approaches from a B2C and a B2B play, and I'd almost recommend probably choosing one of those, at least for this initial pitch, getting a pre-seed, and explain a roadmap of how you'd expand to the other. In my experience, so we've played around with models. I've done a lot of object detection and 3D model things on ARKit, and I see that you have the phone and the demo that you showed. I really liked what you did. I loved that you entered it, and it was very easy for me to quickly understand and see exactly what was going on. Now you're using the webcam on the computer to basically make the screen size way larger, and then it tracks, and you can replicate what you'd see in VR. On the phone, are you using the camera, or are you using the accelerometer and like ARKit normally?
Yeah, good question. Right now, it's still the front-facing camera, but we also plan to integrate the use of the gyrometer and accelerometer as well to make it even more accurate.
Gotcha.
Okay, I feel like that's like, at least from my experience on mobile teams, like that's where I'd want to go and not rely on the camera. I'm a little not convinced that the B2B play, as you're describing it to me, is strong enough. So that's why I think you should just focus on potentially the B2C, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I don't know if we know the market well enough in terms of games, but what's kind of your more importantly, I think, like, tell us about the team and then the traction that you have so far.
Yeah. So you mentioned like if this is a team or like a traction. I would say for our part, it's more about the team. We are still quite early on, and yeah, this is our team. We know each other from the city where we grew up in Sweden. We know each other for I think more than 15 years by now. Yeah, we have quite extensive experience within startups.
You bootstrapped a company to 300 mil in ARR?
I was not the founder of that one, but
okay.
I was, yeah, an early employee. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, holy shit. What? Wow. Okay. Solid team. Wow, this is really great. Okay. And then, yeah, how's the traction component of it? So you're kind of in demo state, getting like customers interested, like how are things moving there?
Right. We are testing the market a little bit. We're talking with contacts who work at some of these companies just to pick their brains, see if this is something that adds value. We're working on a potential B2C, a landing page, try to see how many signups we get, what the initial traction for that is. So we're kind of working on both sides at the moment, as well as talking to investors.
Gotcha. I like high level. I think along the previous deck that we just saw, like immediately when you show the demo of just like, whoa, like you're taking clearly this is just a regular monitor with an obvious, just a massive like little, webcam at the top. You're able to make it 3D. I think the Minecraft one is super compelling because you get value out of the game of being able to see more without having to have extra hardware. There's something definitely there. I think, yeah, the the point that I would probably look for the most is there's clearly a really solid team here, like really great team. You guys have the technical chops. The also the your experience is really strong as well. I'd say probably just talking about the business model of like how does this actually get sold and how does this make money, and showing that you're only 1% of the way there towards that grand vision that you're painting, and you're going through talking to customers. I think we saw a previous deck that we talked to 150 different people in this space, showing and quantifying that and showing and quantifying that you're doing the homework. Why is it zooming in on me?
Do we have to change the Insta?
Why is this stupid thing doing that? Sorry, guys.
I mean, that is cool if it actually goes between us, but I don't think it will.
Okay, yeah, I don't trust this AI tracking. There we go. So yeah, I would say that would be my quick feedback of just like the traction being quantified, and not that it has to be like, oh my god, I have 10 million users using the product, but more the traction of like what's the homework that you're doing, and the unique insights that you're gaining by talking to these folks in this industry that is leading up to like this big, future vision, right? Because ultimately what's happening in seed stage investing, what Andreessen cares about a lot, from what I know, I can't legally say that I know exactly what they're doing, but is what's the vision that you're painting, this incredible vision that's $1 billion vision in the future, and then how are you 0.1% of the way to that vision and connecting the dots to where they can quickly see, oh wow, that's how they're going to get there. I think is pretty critical for this one. But your demo and team immediately are really powerful.
Totally agree.
Cool. Thank you so much for the feedback. We'll discuss and see how we can improve it. So yeah, thanks for taking the time, guys.
Yeah, this is awesome. There's also a couple people in the YouTube chat who want to talk to you.
All right, cool. You have my email, and you can find me on LinkedIn.
Perfect.
Cool.
They should. Yeah, there's actually a few of them. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're pretty popular on YouTube. Cool. And
so much.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Thank you so much. Everyone's been raising hands, and I think that's probably the right way to do this instead of whoever fires from the hip first.
Have you been admitting new people?
I'm letting more people in, but I want to just respect the folks that have been raising their hands. So I will just fire off people who have raised hands. Shit, there's a lot of them.
Sorry about that, Liam, but I didn't raise my hand, but I've been here for a bit. Is it okay if I go ahead and then maybe we can do raising hands?
Yeah, you have been here for a while. That's true.
I like the aggression.
Yeah, honestly, jump in, and then we'll go by this raising hands method.
Awesome. I also have a co-founder in here with me. So Vishak, maybe you can also bring up your video and your audio, please.
Yeah. My name is Vishak, guys. Nice to meet you all. And thanks for doing this.
Sorry to everybody who's also been raising their hands. Maybe this is a little too aggressive for me, but I had to bring myself out there, so I did it.
No, hell yeah. There we go. Go for it.
Awesome. So, Vishak and I, along with another co-founder of ours, Atul, who's not on the call today, we're building this product called Hey Fix It AI, and we are actually, well, to really take away from all of the gaming and all the really cool visuals that we've been seeing, we are working in the facilities management industry, and what we're doing is we're building a fleet of AI agents to really sell to facilities managers who are optimizing operations and maintenance for real estate portfolios. And we're starting out by selling an AI agent that specifically does service help desking that will take and answer calls. It's a voice agent, and it will also be able to automatically create service tickets and then do the manual coordination behind it that would require sending and dispatching a vendor like an engineer or a plumber, anybody to go actually solve the issue. And this is really our one-liner pitch would be that we're building a fleet of agents for the operations and maintenance of real estate portfolios. And the project itself, like I said, is really targeted to facilities management as an industry. This is to just give everybody a quick background on why this is important. The industry itself is a very low margin industry that relies heavily on manual coordination work and manual effort. Today, most of them are using Excel to really store their data. They're handling this with emails, phone calls, and everything else. So real estate has notoriously been an industry that's very manual, and facilities management even more so. So what we are really starting out with here is to really bring AI into this. There have been a lot of legacy computer-aided facilities management or CAFM solutions that also operate in this space and have been here for a very long time. But of course, we are trying to really revolutionize this from the ground up, and we're doing that, of course, with AI. And I think this is also your area of expertise, Liam, as you were saying earlier, and everybody else on the call. Vishak, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, just to add a couple points there. So Vibha and I have been in this space for quite a while. So I've been in this industry since 2019. I'm the lead solutions engineer for a sort of facilities management software company today. And basically, our ICP and IBP for the company I work for will be the same customers we sell to right now. And as a sales engineer, I have a very good understanding of their pain points, their challenges. And that's how we came up with this idea, because we really understand the space and we understand their business models. And as a low margin industry, they're really just acting as a broker between customers who are landlords and clients like property management firms versus their contractors and engineers on the road. And so we can actually provide the similar service using agents that do not need people shifting between Excel sheets, emails, calls, etc.
मन नहीं करता है, I'm so like stressed out, मतलब रात में भी एकदम
Deepa, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, that's really our competitive edge. That both Vibha and I together close to 10 years of experience in this space. We're dealing with similar customers already. We've got a couple of pilots lined up with customers that we're speaking with right now, working on a large contract with the NHS healthcare service provider in the UK, the National Healthcare Service Provider, through an FM who's bidding for that tender. So yeah, that's just a quick pitch. We've also got slides that we can take you through, give you a feel of what we're doing. But
The
yeah.
slides, of course, are more of our, customer-facing slides. So we haven't really worked on creating our investor-led pitch deck yet, but that is in process. We would, of course, love your opinions on how we can actually convert a lot of the data that we have on our customer-facing slides, what we add to it, how we can change it for an investor-ready deck. But before we get into the deck, can we have any initial thoughts from you guys?
Yeah, I'd say that the first just gut reaction, like the please provide one sentence, that's a very strong one-liner, right? Like I totally get it. A fleet of agents for operators and maintenance and real estate portfolios, that's a huge issue of there's a lot of folks in that space, a lot of human labor in that space. So I totally understand that. I think I'm reading a bit of describe the project in 100 words or less. I think for folks who don't know, so I know the real estate market in terms of like management a little bit more than others. I when I was at Microsoft, I worked with CBRE a lot, and kind of the back office that occurs for managing at least corporate real estate. I don't know if this is referring to I think this is corporate, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I know there's way too many people in the room. I think I would challenge you to paint the picture a little bit to investors who don't know the space as well, in showing that let's say like for the average fleet of buildings for a company, of course, like not to the scale of Microsoft, but you could do a smaller company. How many people are actually in the loop here? I think would really help in saying like, look, you actually need like 10 to 20 facility managers. You need like there's a ton of folks who are dealing with just oh my god, like the ticket management space of right, like, and then also understanding where are people complaining about things, from the temperature all the way to like the light switch isn't working. There's such a huge system there. I think just painting the picture a little bit and like not dumbing it down, but bringing it to someone who has, assume you're talking to a 5-year-old who has no context of like what facility and real estate management is, and maybe just 1 or 2 examples, and then hit them with the scale of the problem, just maybe how many people are in the loop, because it's a very attractive offering, and saying like, hey, there's 30 people managing the average building. We cut it down to 10. Like,
that's a really good one.
Yeah,
I would say in general too, I feel like that type of thing, like in this, I think it would make a lot of sense to, in 1 to 2 slides, describe the problem a little bit, because it is a little bit of a niche space that they might not be aware of when you're pitching this. But I would suggest to like everybody that's listening, like, think about these problems, think about like the things that we're saying here, like this, and you should be making that slide anyway. You should have that, and if it's not in your main thing, it could be like a hidden slide, because you could be asked that, and it's really nice to have a visual for those that don't understand like that problem, the story that leads up to that. So obviously we can go into your thing. I overall like the idea. I think the only thing that I was interested in is, and I want to see what you have in the slides is the wedge into it, because I liked that your data points were that you've been in the space for a long time, you understood it, but then I see like in this problem statement that your like wedge is an agentic like voice AI help desk agent,
Yeah.
and that specific space is kind of crowded. So I don't love that, but I see that you're trying to do a whole, but like not for real estate, but like the
that's not
technology
data.
piece. Yeah, so I don't know if that
Yeah.
could be fine.
So I think the best way to respond to that is well, yes, that is more of a. There are many help desks today that exist. There also take voice calls. There are also chatbots, etc. But I think there's a lot of domain-specific knowledge required here because the space is very, it's a very niche space, and the
Yeah.
backend that's behind actually what the agent needs to do after just taking the call is very, very FM specific, and we are able to address that exactly. But yeah, Vishak, you also wanted to say something, so maybe
Yeah,
if you
so
go.
this is sort of our actual customer profile is not the landlord or the owner, like Microsoft, for example, is an asset owner. But in most cases, Microsoft, like I said, outsources to CBRE, who manages the FM for Microsoft. And CBRE, if the CBRE is bidding for contracts, they have a very low margin. FM industry generally operates on 5 to 7% margins.
Yes.
Right, and they're getting outbid normally by other companies because these companies don't have any specific value that they provide. It's an industry that's really just built on trust. And if somebody else provides a better sort of contract value and say, I can do the same thing for 10 million versus 12, they will go with that person who provides 10 million, right?
Yeah.
And so they really have to just work on those margins, because literally just, answering calls, figuring out what suppliers to go fix it, and then sending out the right contract to go fix it. So what we do is really just really understand that domain-specific workflow, because we know that the process involves raising a ticket, getting quotes from 3 different contractors, understanding the approval process, doing the procurement side of things. There's multiple agentic processes that we can implement that we have a good understanding of that can really set us apart from any other ticketing tool or a help desk agent. So the reason we're starting with this particular nuanced problem is that generally help desk as a business unit within the FM team is the one that is most filled in terms of resource, because they're doing 24/7 help desk, out of hours calls, and there's a lot of value to be had by just cutting down that resource initially. But then across that value chain, from raising the ticket to actually getting it closed, there are multiple teams that are involved in that process. And so we're looking to start with this particular thing and then build out a fleet of agents, get them solved for everything. And at the end of the day, we want to be able to, so this is big vision talking. Right now, we're wanting to sell to the FM space, but I honestly feel that 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, the FM industry is going to go through a radical shift, because people like Microsoft will realize, why do I need an FM company, right, when I can do this through AI directly ourselves? So then we're looking to sort of start out by selling to FM, but our end goal is to actually our sort of vision that you said, like 10 years down the line, $1 billion vision, is to become an FM services provider that is agentic and AI led, rather than sort of body shopping agency.
Let me step in here for a second. I mean, one, you don't have to convince us that this is a big industry. That's for you and the investors. But one thing, it's exciting to see you guys, because I know the founders of Facilio, ex-Zoho, myself, all the founders are ex-Zoho. I think Liam gave a great feedback. Most often, VCs might not be really, might have a good understanding of the space, unless the thesis is around backing unsexy industries or operations and all of that. So I still feel even that one line could be even more nuanced, because operation, maintenance, real estate is still a little vague. And I'm coming this from my own personal experience, because initially my one-liner was, we help SaaS companies create product demos. But I thought that was specific, because I'm bringing in SaaS product demos, it's understood. But, and again, this is more from the framing of investors. What if they don't understand what a product demos are? Is it a static demo? Is it a marketing demo? Is it a pre-sales demo? Everybody has their own definition of what a demo is. And pretty much, if I have to come through that lens, everybody has their own understanding of what an operation, maintenance, and real estate portfolios are. And here in the US, residential, commercial real estate are two different verticals. So are you going behind residential, commercial? All of these questions pop up, but I'm not saying you have to expand it to force it, but I think it would be better if you can come up with something, like Liam said, easier to understand. But the second thing really is, again, these are my initial set of questions for you guys to think. Why the voice first is the right wedge for this industry or the sub-vertical, and how hard is it to replace the CAFM habits tools? And you talked about NHS. That's a great signaling, because if you win the contract, but do you have any aha usage or ROI wins from the using the agent. I think these three, if you could bake into either the description, because it kind of gives you three things. We know why we need to build this with voice. We also know that the industry is ripe for disruption. We've spoken to hundreds of these ops teams, and they are excited to be using this because of the low margin workflows that you guys talked about. So if you can pack it more from the business angle, because like you said, the customer deck is going to be entirely different. You're convincing your potential buyers. The investor deck, they don't have time and they do not want to understand how the internal workflows work. All they're betting on is this a big enough industry? Why are you building it right now? What are the insights that you can give me today that the industry needs the solution? Because otherwise what it happens is, oh, we're building a voice first help ticketing system, but is it required? If it's required, how did you know that it is needed? And even a traction that can show that you have done early studies that has shown that people are okay to be using voice agents. I think those will help here. Those are my top three suggestions. But this is awesome. I like, this is a very niche place to be playing. But I think I can already see the founder market fit, because I know the industry. I know what Facilio does. So for me, as someone who knows Facilio and the market, I know there's a founder market fit. So I would focus more on those unique insights, the behavior of the customers changing with the changing landscape of technologies. Those are my specific points, guys.
That's really helpful, Vinay.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anything else that from our point of view, I think what we really wanted to ask the team here was, we don't have like your sort of Google or Harvard type
Yeah.
sort of background, and we're not working at your Meta or a FANG type company. But like Vinay, what you just said, like we've been in this space for a while. So is that enough in terms of founder market fit? Would we have to demonstrate something else? From a traction point of view, we are working on 3 different pilots at the moment. We're still building out the product. This is something we started out just last month. So by the time we complete the a16z application, by the deadline, hopefully we should have signed a pilot or an MOU. So that is the idea, because the product is still being built. So that was.
I can give you my. I'm exact your ICP for this case, because I have absolutely no pedigree, zero, except for the fact that I worked at Zoho, and most people don't even know what Zoho is.
Yeah.
In the US now, which is where the clarity and the conviction is more important than your pedigree. Now, I'm not saying this for a16z. I don't think you should be obsessed about getting into a16z. What I mean by that is, I think as long as you have a great clarity in your application, you should shoot your shot in some of the other accelerators would be super excited to be receiving this kind of application. So it's going to definitely help you as you apply to other ones. So one of the things I'm noticing, because I've been in 2 different accelerator programs, both the only way to get in was knowing that the founders are builder founders, and then they know what they're doing, and they have a deeper insights, and that comes across in the application. So if you cannot convince me that I need to be talking to these founders using this 1, 2 lines or 100 words, or if I'm getting on a call with you for 15 minutes, that's the only place you're going to nail down. Which is why sometimes I might be a contrarian here. The pitch deck shouldn't matter, and even your the clarity in your one-liner and the 100 words matter more. So that is the only thing I think a16z and the other accelerator program are looking at, 2 to 3 sections. So don't get obsessed over pitch deck. If you can convince that you are the perfect team to be solving this problem, you understand the market landscape, and you have a unique insight, and you have traction towards finding your first 5, 10 paying customers, these are the 3 things that absolutely matters, because they form your business model.
Yeah.
If you're not talking about a business model, the investors or someone reviewing your application, they're looking at the 3 patterns and figuring out what does the business model look here, B2B, B2C, what is the ACV that we're looking at, how well do we understand the industry. So which is why I think these 2 paragraphs would, and again, including the founding team, matters more than anything else. So good luck with you guys, and happy to take one-on-one, give you my perspective about.
Yeah, we definitely love to
That
connect.
would be amazing. Yes. Thank you so much,
Great
Vinay.
work.
We'll definitely reach
And
out.
I've been following Layer Path as well. That's something that I was talking to our founders about, to see if we can implement something like that with Path AI. It's really cool what you're doing at Layer Path.
Thanks for the
Yeah.
shout out.
In fact,
Thank you.
Vishal even actually said, "Oh my God, I think my job is going to be irrelevant with LayerPath going to be doing pre-sales demos." So yeah, it was a really interesting time for us to discover LayerPath. And thank you so much, Vinay, for your insights. We did actually, in fact, just to close, we actually started building this out because I was approached by a potential customer who actually spoke about a problem with me, and then we realized that she was looking for something with AI to solve it because they did not want to actually have to implement a CAFM type of software. But yeah, it was a very interesting thing, and I think incorporating a lot of those user-led insights was very useful to us. Thank you so much, Vinay, for your thoughts.
Awesome. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. Leo and the rest of the team, would you guys like to also maybe?
Yeah, let's whoa,
I don't know.
where's Gunnar? Wait a minute.
Sorry, Prince, could you maybe mute yourself?
There we go. Here now I'll try to respect the raising hands over here. So the first person is Namanye. Wait a minute, can't hear you. Check your mic one more time. I heard something for a second, kind of, but yeah, go to that three-dot menu, go to settings, and then make sure that you have the correct microphone selected. I know some people are not using Google Meet. Definitely understand that. I'll give you a second. If not, we can go to someone else and then come back to you too.
Sorry, gentlemen, I was first in my queue, raised hand, but I lost it now.
Okay, yeah, I remember. I did remember seeing you. Let's quickly check. Is your mic working? Still can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and then we'll go back
sorry
to.
for the technical troubles.
All good. Let's go with you, and then we'll go back to Deepak.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the opportunity, and just let me quickly share my screen for you guys.
Perfect. Go for it. And then, great comment around everyone sharing your LinkedIn's. Feel free to drop like your LinkedIn's. I would say not in the Google Meet, but maybe throw them in the YouTube chat or comment on the LinkedIn feed.
That would definitely be the smartest, as only you guys can see the Google Meet chat.
Yeah,
we are
yeah.
not displaying that live.
Don't drop it into the Google Meet chat.
And then to address the other question.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, I said the Google Meet, not the Google Meet. Oh, God damn it. Okay, whatever. All right, go for it. Let's learn about Gig AI.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, so I'm working on an AI dev tool. I've been a developer for 14 years now, and I ran my service agency for 10 years. And I found a problem that seemed to be resonating with a lot of people. So I surveyed 150 developers. I got a lot of page views on Hacker News and Reddit. And the problem I found is that AI tools like Cursor, Copilot, they make mistakes as the size of the code base grows, because these AI tools, they do not fully understand the context or a high level overview of the code base. So what I've built is an IDE extension that you'll install alongside Cursor, Copilot, Windsor. It analyzes your code base and it improves the AI's context. So developers end up saving around 5 hours per week or around 10 to 20 hours per month. I've been working on this for 4 months now, and I launched a paid plan last month, and I've got 100 subscribers. I recently hit that milestone, so which I feel really proud of. And yeah, my GTM strategy has been mostly been writing content for Reddit, and as you can see here, pretty much all of the posts, they get hundreds of upvotes. They get around 50K or 100K views, and I've been doing that repetitively for a couple of months now. So I sort of have a formula for it, and with each of them, I get some followers and I get some sales. Why my product works is that just because when you start using these AI coding tools and you start hitting those AI regressions, it breaks your flow. It wastes maybe 30 minutes per day, and across a team, it can mean thousands of dollars lost in developer productivity per month.
Yeah. Wow.
And the market that first I'm going to obtain is teams which are actively already using AI coding tools and are also spending a lot of money on tools already. And because of the size of their code base, they will be facing this problem. But the total addressable market is a bit larger than that. Already 40% of all developers are using AI, and that number is only going to grow. About me, as I mentioned, I've been doing this for developing for 14 years now. I was working in DeFi, where I made products that had like $25 million in assets under management. I've worked with a lot of clients globally. I've built scalable products, and my blog and technical articles, they go viral. They get they have a lot of readers and mostly developers. So yeah, that was my quick pitch. I've got my application as well, but I think I covered most of those points on my pitch. Would love to hear your
Okay.
thoughts.
Yeah, no, very solid. I mean, like the fact that you have, yeah, I mean, one, like, right, I keep hammering home the team traction, right? And team, you've proven that you've done this before, right? You're able to get under 600K DAUs on one of your products. You're able to scale up. You're able to get attention, which I think is super important, right? Like that. So you have the strong technical capabilities. You then have the ability to do really strong GTM. You've proven that out in the Reddit threads that you're posting, and then having 100 users pay $29 a month is pretty strong. So overall, I think it's looking pretty good. Now, the only immediate thing that might stick out in the application when seeing this space is, and you might have to. I need to read more about read more through your application. Is why won't Cursor do this? Is probably the immediate question, or like, has Cursor already done this? Like that space and that question. I think just immediately addressing it, like Giga solved the number one complaint, and it is the number one complaint. We use Cursor all the time. It does hallucinate a lot, but maybe
there's other companies that are actually doing the semantic analysis. I'm curious who you think the competition is.
Yeah.
And then also, as like foundational models get better, what happens then?
Yeah. So for answering your first part, I think one of the reasons Cursor and Copilot are not doing it is because of the price point that they're targeting. I'm trying to focus on a different market, which will be more for medium to larger teams. And already the LLM cost for running those code bases properly is way higher than what Cursor is charging itself.
Yeah.
So that is one of the answers I have, and it also sort of transitions into a question I had, which I'll maybe ask later. But yeah, that answers one of the questions, one of your questions that you guys had. What I was thinking about is also launching a new feature to solve the next problem that I'm discovering with customers, but that's also sort of dilutes my direction. So would love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
So, oh wait, sorry, you're saying like what should be the next customers that you go after than software
No,
engineers,
so,
or?
sorry. So across 100 customers, the next problem that people are facing are around pull requests being slow, and I already have something in works for that. So if my entire suite includes this problem plus the pull request problem, pull request code reviewer solution, does that sort of help answer your questions better, or is it diluting from my original focus of context?
I think overall, and Vinay, definitely jump in whenever you want. I think at a high level, the picture that you want to paint to any seed investor, or especially Andreessen, is how does your small like niche or wedge in the market turn into, I think Gary talks about this at YC a lot, how does the wedge turn into the edge, right? And how does that small wedge take over? So I think the question would be like, what is like the grand vision here later on? Once you've proven that you can take more than 1,000 customers. I mean, it'll never be enough, right? That's kind of more than 100,000 customers with this $29 subscription fee. But it's like very positive direction, because I mean, even in the YouTube chat we see this. Everyone who uses Cursor has this problem, and if you can make and you've only been working on it for 3 months, 4 months, right? Yeah, this is all super solid. I don't know how much more I have to talk about this, because it's a clear problem. You already have traction. You have a solid team. I'd say just talking a bit more about your longer term vision of like, what's the idea here? Is it also to create an AI software engineer? It sounds like it's more so, you went into the maybe it's not software engineer, but it's like AI deployment or AI pull request or like GitHub manager or something like that. Painting that picture, I think, would be my only suggestion. Outside of that, I don't know if you or Shmed or Vinay.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to exactly what I was saying. I think as well, it's just like I would be worried about like infinite context and foundational models getting better. So I would want to see a little bit more about like what is that grand plan? And I know you asked the question, like, should I be focusing on like the PR aspect of it? Like I'd love to see what you would create in that regards. I don't, from gut reaction, I'm not so sure if that would be the strongest thing. However, from what we heard, I think you have a really good team. And I really liked your GTM. I loved like seeing the Reddit posts and stuff like that. And that was high up in your presentation. So I think you're doing a lot of things well. I think for me, I would just want to see a little bit more of like what that grandiose vision is and why, because in my opinion, you'd have to be very quick. So like I understand how you can GTM by being like an influencer, but I don't understand the long-term vision yet. And you'll have to just work on explaining that because I'd be, again, worried about those foundational models, infinite context, and other competition. Maybe having a competitor slide and addressing those questions preemptively would probably be useful.
Amazing. That's such valuable advice. And may I also ask if this textual description that I've pulled up, is it also well, because I think the slides are pretty decent, but does this also communicate the best parts of my application?
Yeah, you could probably shorten it even more to just we stop code hallucinations in
Maybe
cursor.
I just have one suggestions here. I think everything like Liam and David said, the application itself is perfect, founder market fit, at least founder pain fit is definitely there. If the market fit is still has to be established. And also you're showing early signals of traction, right? The Hacker News, active users, 80 customers. So what I would double down is, okay, when you say 80 customers, are these paying customers? How much are they paying you? If you haven't spoken to them, if you have spoken to them, great. If you haven't spoken, you should talk to them. Understand why they're using your product. Use their problem statement to make your project description much better. And even now, if you see, yes, it's good to go behind cursor. They had a success just going off the charts. Now, if you can actually double down on one use case or one ICP, are you doing this for open source, enterprise, software team, or who are you going behind? So that ICP clarity can help you, even for you as a founder, to unlock what is that one team that I want to go behind. Maybe it's the services consulting. They would love this. So only thing I think which would make this even better than what it is today is pick that one ICP, one use case, and then show your wedge towards the future. Are you going to become like an observability kind of a tool? Or are you becoming an internal tool so that you can match that wedge? Hey, this is what we figured out. These are our customers. This is what we learned from the customers. Now we are focused on helping enterprise, consulting companies solve this problem. And the future looks like we'll be the first billion-dollar company in the observability tool space. So that kind of creates a unique tension. Then it's good to get that tension on your first slide. Hey, this is where cursor sucks, and we're going to fix it. But eventually, you need to have the closing loop on. So what is your unique ICP strength, and where do you see yourself? Again, everything's going to change in the next 6, 9, 12 months. But that long-term vision and bridging that what you have understood from those 80, 100 paying customers, that's going to be another thing. I think everything else in your application looks pretty phenomenal.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that advice. And this is exactly what I needed. I really appreciated it. And yeah, I've been loving everything you're doing with all of them, learning everything so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks. Next up, Deepak. You were first for a while and then disappeared, so now you're back. Let's go for it.
Thank you, everyone. I actually want to take the discussion a bit forward. I wish this meeting had happened last week because I was fortunate to be interviewed by a16z on my application. So all the wisdom is coming a bit late to me, but thank you for everything you're doing. I have two questions. As a result of the interview, is there anything else that we should be doing after the fact to seal the deal? That's the first question. And the second question is, when I went through my pitch, there was a question which made me believe as if I didn't do a good job because that question was sort of irrelevant to my use case. should I be doing anything to clarify uh, anything in that discussion? So I know it's very vague, but my question is two-part. What could I be doing to overcome some lack of clarity in my pitch? And the second is there anything else needed after the fact to close or to seal the deal? Thank you.
Yeah. So again, we're not. We went through Andreessen's speedrun program. We're founders ourselves, but none of us are employed technically by Andreessen, so we can't speak on legally on behalf of the company. What I think what they would say here is twofold. One is they will most likely get back to you as soon as they can. I know a lot of the guys over there just like swamped all the time, especially during this time. And I believe they always come back with detailed feedback, whether that be an acceptance or rejection. And it's never truly a solid just rejection forever type thing, right? Like the entire like VC community really is not about rejecting and never talking to you again. It's about like not now but later, right? And not now but come back soon. So I'd always, regardless of what the outcome is, always stay positive, right? Like Vinay, ourselves as well, we've gone through fundraising, and you have to get used to being rejected. You will probably get rejected significantly more than getting accepted. And the great thing also is that there are multiple accelerators in the country and outside of the country. This is, Andreessen's a great one. I only have great things to say about it, but there's also a lot of really other great ones out there. In terms of, to what you talked about, sealing the deal and following up, I totally get the feeling of, all right, this is kind of out of my control. Like, is there something that I can push on, or some additional levers that maybe other people don't know about that I could pull to try and move the needle in a direction or not? I'd say like once the interview happens, probably let the process occur, and they probably have everything they need. If they don't, they'll follow up via email or probably just give you a call or something to ask more. But sometimes these things take a little bit of time because there are just so many people that they need to talk to and understand and really deeply understand your business. So that'd be kind of my 2 cents on this.
I can definitely add a little bit more clarity, Deepak. I think I was in the exact boat as you, but I didn't. I mean, for me, I almost thought I screwed up in my interview, the first interview, because you're giving answers from your conviction, and the receiving end, is it landing properly? Is it not landing properly? I think Liam's advice was spot on. I don't think you should be worried too much or obsessed about it. And definitely do not try to, of course, you can try, but that's your feeling. Even when I felt a couple of questions, I could have done better. I had the urge, but I didn't reach out. Like Liam said, I let the process play. They did come back asking for more clarification. I think that is much better when they like something, but they're unsure about specific parts. I think it's always best they get back to you than you getting to them. And I'm not saying that's a signal of desperateness, but we end up doing it as founders, right? Oh my God, I wish I could have answered this better, or I could have clarified this better in my pitch. I don't even remember what I entered in my application. I didn't spend a lot of time. I just filled in. I forgot my first interview was just 15 minutes. They were 5 minutes late. I only had 10 minutes. I don't even know what I was talking about. So I thought, okay, it's done. I moved on. They came back, clarified. But I think A16Z team is really good at one thing. If they spoke to you, regardless of if they're moving forward or not, they're always going to come back with very detailed feedback, both acceptance, rejection. I think that's one thing I really respect them a lot. And that's very, very, unreal for the VC world. Like Liam said, both of us have been going through pitching to investors. A lot of people ghost, they don't give honest feedback. But because you put in the effort and because you've been already interviewed, regardless of they move forward or not, they're going to come back to you with more questions or clarifications or detailed reasons. And I would just, because you've already done your first part of the job, I think that's, according to me, is already a success, getting the interview and completing the interview. So I do not want to say what to do or what not to do, but I think you've done the right thing. Just, hold on and wait and let the process play itself. And good luck. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Awesome. Thanks, Deepak. That's awesome. Great chat. And then follow up with us. Let us keep us in the loop on how things go.
Thank you for doing
Connect
this.
via LinkedIn and everything.
Yep.
All right. I think next up is first to last is Pietro.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes. Go for it.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. So I'm sharing my screen. So we have a fintech idea, and we are offering instant loans backed by your investments portfolio. So basically, we're talking about this SBLOC, securities-based line of credit for all, that before, I mean, now are only offered to ultra high net worth individuals, but we want to democratize it and make it available to especially freelancers. Why? Because freelancers are having problems accessing fair credit most of the times. They are locked out by the credit rating, credit score system, and so we want to enable these instant loans for specifically this kind of target, but also investors in general. So the vision that we have is to enable wealth inclusive lending. Why? Because many people right now are investing in many different types of assets that are more or less liquid, and we want to enable loans based on these liquid digital assets. So we are starting with loans backed by your securities portfolio. And this is something that nobody is doing because up until 2023, there was no real tech layer that was connecting users to the brokerage data. And so what we're doing is connecting users to the brokerage data, also leveraging AI underwriting assessment so that the AI assesses the risk related to the portfolio, and also, for example, banking transactions and other data, so that we can provide, we can evaluate in real time the portfolio of the users, also have the assets in custody, so that we are more secure, and yeah, make the overall experience about loans for freelancers better for different parameters.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
So, yeah.
Could you show a bit more about the team as well? I think this is
Sorry?
like definitively a space that like makes sense. Yeah. This really quickly fits the theme of something that rich people had that now AI is allowing not the super wealthy to have, which is like very much a trend. So bought in, absolutely. Just curious more about the team and like ability to execute there.
Yeah. So the team, I have experience in payments and banking. I've always been in sales. I'm an ex-Rocket Internet, PayPal, Deloitte Digital, and PaySafe. And I've worked a lot with banks and lending providers as well. And my co-founder, Gianluigi, is also Italian. He's a serial founder. He's already founded a startup in lending and worked at a major challenger bank in Europe, N26. And also we have a fractional CMO who has just stopped working for Meta in New York City as a global marketing lead.
Cool. Yeah. What? I mean, overall, just seems like super solid. Like it's clearly a space. What's the? I guess like two quick things would just be what's the traction, then what questions do you have for us that would help you? Is it like the one-liner application? Like what do you need? What do you need us for?
Yeah, exactly. So this is the biggest point because I've worked on this full time for a month, and I've done a lot of research, also researching on Reddit, and I found some good evidence on Reddit that people are asking about how to leverage the stocks portfolio to borrow against that portfolio.
Yeah.
But only right now I'm doing validation on LinkedIn, and I'm adding like 100 people a day and messaging as many as I can.
Interesting. Huh.
I love this idea. I think it's a fantastic one. My only worry with it would be like Robinhood or somebody that's doing like that like edgy B2C that could potentially just start issuing securities-backed loans, especially when they have like digital assets. They definitely have crypto. I don't know if they have other
No, it's
blockchain
it's a very very good point. So some of those brokerages are offering it's called margin lending, which is different from this personal loan because they want the users to reuse the borrowed money inside the
Yeah, you
platform
get cash
to
here.
invest more,
Yeah.
to invest more. But
So
we are actually offering personal loans,
what's yeah, so what I think this is like very, this fits in line with like, I guess what's the one-liner? Is it yeah, we provide and
Yeah, that's a pretty
yeah,
good one,
I
actually. I
guess
kind of like
that's-
that.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, interesting. I'm trying to think of like what would be immediate feedback. I
Yeah.
think the only thing
The
would just be
other
like
the other point.
Go for it.
Yeah, can I ask just a quick question? So our one-liner is this one, but let's say our vision also foresees the addition of other liquid digital assets in the future. For example, I'm imagining real estate fractional ownership. People can borrow money against their fractional ownership, for example.
Yeah.
So in the application, should we put more focus on this long-term vision or starting from this portfolio, stocks and crypto, let's say, which is where we're starting from?
Yeah, I've traditionally seen like the one-liner being almost the edge or the wedge into the market being a better way of doing it and just talking about the problem, and that's definitely it, right? It's like, and maybe I would play off of like if you can slightly play off the theme of like this is something that rich people have had and now using AI or whatever it is or
Exactly.
fintech, fine, you're bringing it to the masses. So I would focus on that the wedge into the market, right? So that would be like bring in, yeah, your one-liner at the top is pretty much spot on, and
Yeah.
I think immediately, yeah, instant loans backed by your investment portfolio. Maybe somehow bringing to the masses could be incorporated in there, like your true differentiator, because you could say like, well, that already exists, but you need to have a network above $1 million or something.
Yeah, I'm kind of saying it here for all, but maybe it doesn't explain.
Oh yeah,
100%
instant
what
loan.
you're saying. Yeah.
Just combine together, instant loans backed by, you could say backed by your stock portfolio for all. I mean, this is pretty, well.
I think it's
yeah.
actually kind of perfect.
Yeah,
I really
think it's
like
perfect,
it.
yeah.
I think you should still include the vision of like the potential areas that you could go into, but like as
Not
a
one-liner.
No,
No, he's talking about just the one-liner.
He was also asking about the application.
Oh, okay.
If he should only include this one-liner or should he like expand it a little bit? And
Right.
I think you should
Yeah,
include the rest of the vision, but not like anything more than a sentence.
Do you actually like this one more than, for example, instant loans backed by liquid digital assets, which is more into the long-term vision?
Well, I think liquid digital assets is more vague, and I get it because it allows for expansion. But investment portfolio is very straightforward. Like I'm getting a loan, it's backed by investment portfolio. It's a little bit like simpler, whereas the liquid digital assets I think has some other connotations, which could be good or could be bad. It could be like crypto, and digital assets could be from marginal or fractional real estate ownership. So I don't know. I am leaning towards this one is actually better than swapping it to liquid digital.
Sure. Thanks a lot. And regarding traction, do you have any recommendations on how to build that traction, for example, on LinkedIn or Reddit or other platforms?
Yeah, if you can somehow show, I think Vinay has talked about this a few times during this chat, is I feel like there's two indications of like just covering your traction bases. There's two ways to do that, like just to shortcut it because you are so new, right? So one is to either post or find a lot of posts on Reddit or Twitter or whatever that confirm your suspicion and pulling direct quotes from there, engaging with that community and building that out. I know you had that list there. But engaging with those folks as well to really, maybe go in there and be like, well, what if this was, comment, what if this is the solution and see how many people engage with that? That's an indication of traction. I think the stronger one, maybe I'll say it to three. There's another where you actually start putting out information and saying, yo, I'm thinking of building X, and I'm thinking of building this product. You put it on Reddit and Twitter or whatever, and it blows up. That's a really strong indication the market really wants something. But I think what Vinay's been talking about, God damn it, this AI. Sorry guys, this AI thing keeps wanting to zoom on my face.
Yeah, I just have some paranoia that other competitors might, look at the idea and look into the idea and find out how to catch up.
I mean, there's going to be competitors for sure. That can be a good signal, but it also means you need to act fast as a startup. I still think that like a Robinhood or somebody like this that does like B2C could play into this area, especially when that holds digital assets and not just issuing money on the platform to reinvest. I could see them like backing an actual loan.
Sorry.
So like
Back to my advice there of like, there's been a couple other startups here today who have talked to people. They've talked to hundreds of people or 50 people, and that shows a lot of like quote unquote traction as well. If you can talk to some of these folks, get them on calls, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever, you got to pay them with like buy them a coffee, it doesn't matter. Showing that you're talking to people and understanding your ICP and understanding what their pain points are and how you would execute on this early on is going to be really critical, because I'm assuming you're 1 month in, you don't have the product built, right? Like there's no way. So
he does have the Reddit slide kind of, so you got some pieces of it.
The early pieces of it, but I think just like
expanding on it,
really pouring fuel on this. Like the team looks solid. Now it's not saying it's a traction play, but like showing that the market really wants this more than anything is probably good.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Vinay is still here. Do you have anything else to say?
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert about fintech. I'm assuming because it is a regulated industry, and I do know one of the portfolio of Cohort for wasn't trying to do something similar, but it was in fintech, issuing credit cards. So I'm assuming it still fits into the larger thesis of Speedrun. So there is definitely some sort of a fit. Since it's regulator, I think, if you can also, how are you overcoming that? Of course, you're going to have underwriters, maybe working with another bank and all of that. So most of the tech can be built by anyone, and so which means it makes it more important for you to spend time on, how are you going to make money, traction, how are you going to acquire your first 10, 50, 100 customers. Some businesses, I'm assuming you need investments to set up the infrastructure and then go to the market. And maybe I don't know how much of this requires investment to start, or can you get your first 10 paying customers?
$500,000, I would say.
Sorry?
$500,000.
Yeah.
If we get engaged with legal firms, that's a very important part.
There you go. So which means it's because of the regulation and because your entry into the market requires huge capital, which means it's capital intensive too. So many risks that both accelerators and investors see. So which begs the question, okay, what is unique here? Yeah, there are a bunch of people asking such solution on Reddit. Absolutely. That's good, but that's not the best best customer discovery. The customer discovery is someone who's willing to pay. Have you done something scrappy even before you can build a full-blown product? It could be a simple mobile app that's just one of many things that you might do once you have the license. There are many things you can do without getting into your legal investments or things. So I think investors, including a16z, they're trying to see what have you done that is scrappy before, because taking an investment and building something, I'm not saying that's not the right way. It is doable, and so anyone can else do it. So which is why it begs the question, why are you the founder to be doing this? Any unique insights? And have you shipped anything, even if it is pretty premature? It's totally fine. It could be, I don't know, some rewards app that you built. So you're showing that I already have 100 people, I've spoken to them. Now I need the investment to build the banking layer or something like that, right? Again, I'm not an expert in this industry. I'm just giving a very loud feedback, mostly from the objections that's going to come when someone is reviewing the application or when you talk to an investor. So, which is why sometimes getting very obsessed about the product itself is not going to help, but you can be obsessed about the business model, early tractions, early prototypes that you've shipped that has been loved by the Reddit community. I would double down on something like that. Hey, here is a thread that I posted on Reddit. It went viral. People are nuts about, using your app, but we've also gathered these feedback that is coming from their usage, something more that is very defensible, even in your application and when you get them into interviews or with any investors. Those are my just two
Cool.
cents, my perspective.
Yeah. No, I thought about what you just said. It's just a little bit difficult, in fintech without going to jail, doing something like this, um, without having licenses.
Now,
So yeah,
let me again give you something actionable. But again, you're the founder. You should be doing this. Could you build some sort of AI powered, MCP powered, I don't know, calculator, that uses Blade to pull in some
okay,
portfolio
makes
and
sense.
then gives them, hey, here is how much you could be making a loan. Do you want to talk to me? I can give you some kind of an advice or something. These
Yeah,
doing doesn't require you to raise money or even to get any legal licenses. Now, something hacky,
yeah,
even a small calculator that is being used by
that's true.
thousands of people, those are
That's a
your
great
eyes.
one.
Yeah.
That's a great one. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Good stuff. Love the idea. Perfect. All right.
Thanks.
Next up is Alexis.
Yeah. Hello, guys.
All right, go for it. And then there we go. Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you to every founder today that pitched also, because it's always a pleasure to discover new product and yeah, product that people are working on right now. So I'm Alexis. I'm the founder of Kofo.ai, and we are building a physical AI desk companion that acts as a daily co-founder, helping you focus, build, and thrive every day. So the thing is, it's simple. Every founder here, every builder around the world, at the end of the day,
Fair.
will feel somehow a bit alone. No matter how many people are around you, at the end of the day, you will feel alone because you have tons of decisions to make. You have to be the stronger guy in the room, or girl in the room, of course. And so you have tons of stuff to think at the end of the day, and no tools and no AI tools gives you the real-time assistance every day. So we think about a product that could yeah, help you on your daily task, and that could ask as a daily co-founder, and it should be on every desk on every founder around the world, of course. So yeah, Kofo is just an AI desk companion, and I love companion in video games, in yeah, in any other tools. But yeah, this is a daily tools that every founder should use. So it has a camera, microphone, and of course the speaker to talk to you every day. It listens to you. It can answer your questions like ChatGPT to do every day with you, but it's on your desk, so you don't have to open a new tab. You don't have to take your phone and open this application on your mobile phone to ask a question. It's with you every day, so it can answer your questions, of course, but the mainly task here is to be with you for your job and to ensure you that you're at your best every day, of course. So it can give proactive advice, reflection, and gives you yeah, the help you on motivation every day. But of course, this tool is uh, uh, yeah, it needs to be personalized every day. So it will learn from you and learn from your daily workflow, the daily habitude on your life. So yeah, when do you start your job? When do you get off? When do you take your break? But of course, he will give you the assistance to yeah, to help you to obviously take breaks and yeah, be at your best every day. This is important to do it right now because AI technology is ready. Oh,
Perfect.
sorry.
Yeah, no,
Eh,
I just want to quickly jump into
yeah.
uh so what do you need help with in this? Like I think I understand the one liner, like what can we be the most helpful with here?
Oh, my two questions are definitely about the pitch deck. Uh, I'm building a pitch deck around the the storytelling style, and I don't know if right now it's a good thing to do it instead of having like a straight to the point pitch deck. And my question is, with this kind of device, the traction will be hard to prove, and I cannot, before going to speedrun, I cannot place a COFO in front of every desk of every co-founder here in this in this conversation. So what can I do to be better in the traction with this pitch deck, definitely.
Yeah, I'd say really great question. I love that we got to that. Like that's a question I think a lot of people have is just like what's the MVP of like just improving traction as fast as possible, and also you have to build this thing. You don't want to build that entire product just to not know what you're jumping into. So I think there's two ways specifically for your product how to prove it out, right? One is trying to figure out the interest from customers online, right, or in certain communities, right? So you can try to find interest that way, and putting yourself out there in terms of it can be as easy as posting on Reddit, but I think that's like too cheap. I'd say honestly, like talking to software engineers and being like, hey, would you buy this thing? How much would you pay for it? And just like giving a one-liner quick spiel of like, asking a question. Are you lonely sometimes? Like, do you need someone to talk to while you're coding? Or you're building your company, whatever it might be, or founders, and just asking, hey, is this a problem you're having? Then be like, hey, how much would you be willing to pay to like have someone who's just next to you who you can like chat with once in a while? And then Vinay has a really good point here. And then number two, I would suggest if you can find an MVP of like building out the hardware, because I know this is a hardware product that's pretty tough. If you could find some way of like cobbling something together to help people understand and visualize the benefit of it, whether that be just like connecting ChatGPT to a Bluetooth speaker that has like an iPad strapped to it, something that's really ugly and embarrassing, but somehow showing a prototype and getting people's like gut reaction of that prototype, I'd say are like two ways of doing that. But you guys jump in as well.
Yeah, I think one of your other questions was like, am I spending too much time building up like the problem space? And like, I feel like this is one that, we're listening to it, I immediately understand it. And I think that means that you could spend a little bit less time maybe talking about like the lead up to like that problem. But the main question I think is exactly what Liam's saying, which is I'm not 100% sure if this is proven out, and I'd love to see that you as a founder have spent time doing that. And I don't really care exactly where it comes from. Liam gave 3 great suggestions. And it could be something like Reddit. It could be something like interviewing other founders. But I want to see like, that you've gone that extra mile to like validate that. You're asking for an investment, so we need to know that that is like a real thing. And so any amount of data that you can provide that shows that potential traction and that potential like PMF, then that's a really good thing, and I think that should be in here.
Okay. I mean, it's a real thing because I do have an application that doing exactly that. But the thing is today building an application with a camera and then an AI like ChatGPT is not an hard task. So the hard task here in this company is to make the product and making sure like everybody is gonna buy it.
Definitely, yeah. No, I think somehow just getting more confidence around that is going to help a lot in terms of your application for Andreessen. Again, we can't legally say that we know what's the right or wrong thing to do here, but I would suggest definitely to do that, and then drilling down your one-liner. I think the problem statement is strong, and then the team here that you're showing is strong as well. So I'd say that's probably the thing you want to work on the most is just trying to figure out, okay, what are some quotes, what are some examples, what are some things that show that this could go somewhere, and that'd be my advice.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you.
And Alexis, just
tell me,
this perfectly fits into the cozy AI companion.
Yeah,
I mean, they're talking about
exactly.
simulation worlds, but it's definitely within what a16z, at least the speedrun team, would be interested to learning more. So I think you have the flow there. It's just that, can this scale? Can this work? I mean, I'm pretty sure most founders spend a lot of time on ChatGPT or Claude.
Exactly.
A lot of time using voice. I chat. Sometimes even when I'm getting rejected for investor pitches, I take this frustration back to ChatGPT, and you wouldn't believe how much ChatGPT has helped me to chill. You got this. It's almost like a companion at that point. So having someone dedicated sitting in my desk right there, super fine-tuned, specifically for my use case. And of course, if there can be some sort of a multimodal experiences going there, not just voice to voice, but then video to voice and things like that. I think there is some pretty good wedge here. I'm excited. I would definitely pre-order this
Yep.
if you come up with
Thank
it.
you, mate.
Same here.
So yeah, you got your first early customer.
Yep. Definitely
Okay,
agree.
thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, when I saw the post on LinkedIn from it was Joshua or
Colin, I thought,
I
right?
don't know.
Or no,
Yeah,
was it Colin?
yeah, definitely. When I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's a good thing. And the link with the video games company can be obvious for me because I'm working on the video games on video games industry since 5 years. So yeah, I can definitely see that also as a tools that could be in video games tomorrow, like with the knowledge built with Kofo, definitely.
Perfect.
Thank you
Cool,
guys. Thank you for
thanks.
your time. Wish you
Awesome.
the
Good
best
luck.
for everybody.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And then, yeah, I just want to, everyone, announcement from Vinay, I think is a really good idea. Let's keep it to just like 1 quick minute intro. And then, we want to just like make sure we get through as many people as possible. So 1 minute intro, what you're building, and then what do you need from us is probably the right way to go forward. So Ray, kick it off.
Liam, David, Vinay, thanks for doing this. I can go through the deck, but just really quickly, if I have 1 minute here, let me show you the screen.
Of course, use the deck or the document, but keep it under minutes so we can get to the point, and then we can focus on you and other people. Yeah.
I mean, we'll have more of these sessions. Look out on social media.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So what Regimen is a superhuman mentorship toolkit, and we help busy leaders mentor and coach professionals faster, smarter, and at scale. In a few clicks, they can deliver the most engaging mentorship experience with instant guidance, interactive playbooks, and real-life coaching. For context, I've been an entrepreneur in the ad business for nearly 2 decades, generating over 2 billion views for global brands. I've spent a lot of money on poorly efficient mentorship, and business leaders lose a lot of time repeating limited guidance that needs to be automated better. Pamela is one of those leaders. She constantly gets pinged for advice, but she's so busy that most of them hear crickets. Out of the few who get her attention, like Sam, what happens? They go back and forth to find time. They meet a few weeks later, and advice is limited because time is limited. Worst of all, she's given this advice multiple times, and it mostly goes to waste because there's no actionable playbook, no further guidance along the way, and no insights to track progress, which is why we created Regimen, to save busy leaders time helping professionals grow. And all they have to do is sync any of their content and calendar, and our system will do the rest for them to deliver instant guidance, highly engaging action plans, and real-life coaching. I'm just going to quickly double click on each of these 3, but if anyone asks a question, they'll get answers right away, citing the exact section in any video or podcast. They don't have to scroll through hours of content. Any document or book they've uploaded, which will highlight the exact section, or any templates to download. Secondly, they can transform any of their content into interactive exercises. And what this does is it enables anyone to go through a personalized dialogue to then generate a custom playbook for them to execute instantly. And then the last thing is they can still book a real life session to maximize that human time with insights on how they can help each professional grow. Our business model, leaders pay $179 a month to save time, scale their impact, and also monetize off their expertise. In terms of traction, we grew 4 times our ARR in 5 months, nearly tripled monthly active users, and we can get to $100 million in ARR with 47,000 business mentors. And there are currently 76,000 business coaching companies in the US alone. I know you guys want to know about teams, so I'm going to go and jump into that. But we are a team of serial entrepreneurs with nearly 2 decades of Fortune 100 and startup experience building products for Microsoft. And in my previous startup, I've generated over $10 million and 2 billion views for global brands.
Wow, awesome.
This is incredible. What do you need from us?
Yeah, what do you, I don't really know why you're here.
Are you just trying to pitch it?
Yeah, what?
I'm having trouble figuring out like what's best to move up And I'm hearing, start with traction, start with teams, start with founder product market fit. And a lot of the feedback I'm getting is like, mentorship is saturated. There's a lot of mentorship platforms out there. And I'm getting, I don't see this being a venture scale business. But I'm like, we automate that entire process. So I don't know if it's lost in the mix where I don't communicate properly how this is venture scale with any leader just syncing their content and calendar and be able to mentor anyone at scale. Or yeah, I just want to know, I guess, what may be misunderstood and what you think I should, bring to the top of.
I'll take the first strike at this. First of all, amazing presentation. I wish I had that. I think the whole point about traction business model team only comes when the storytelling becomes a big challenge. I think you have a natural storytelling, at least that's my perspective. If I'm not an investor, I don't think I'll ever be one, but that was something that I really enjoyed. I don't know if you took more than a minute or two, it doesn't matter, but it got us into the story because of the visuals, because of your narration. At that point, I don't think it really matters how you want to position traction, because you're going to lose the story at that point. So I think you did a great job. And I think the tech defensibility is where the massive question is going to come, because a lot of what you're doing today, I'm only talking about the tech. I'm not saying it's not doable. It's totally doable. Intro, Bubble, I can think of 5-6 companies that are both horizontal and vertical. And a lot of what you're doing is content repurposing, which is, tools exist outside the network. If Intro knows that this is what is needed, they're going to ship this in no time. So the tech defensibility becomes the biggest question. Because it's, okay, what if I can do an MCP, like who can multiple things do it? So I think once you're done with the questions, I think the objections are going to come from 3 places. How are you going to lead with tech? Because we don't see a tech defensibility. And I personally think we shouldn't be spending a lot of time defending the tech. Focus on your distribution, which is what came towards the end. What do you mean by this growth? Tell me more. If you have some luminary advisors that are not on Intro or Bubble or any other platform, why are they coming to you? Why not them? How are you going to differentiate between it? What if Intro pays them $500 an hour and maybe the commission there is lower? Because I don't think you can win this by tech. That's my perspective again. So everything is about how soon are you going to acquire advisors? How are you going to keep the value loop in? What if Substack does this? What if other people who already have the distribution advantage can crack the tech? So that's, I think, is going to be a biggest question from my knowledge. But terrific presentation, great storytelling. I don't think you should be worried about what to put in the first or second, because you nailed most of it in 2 minutes.
So that's great. Go-to-market strategy moat versus technical moat. And from what you've seen, that hasn't been communicated as a.
Well, you are talking about the tech, but for me, personally, it's more about, we have these features, we will add more features and we'll bring in more features. That still is not a technical mode. It's about feature stacking or feature parity, or, hey, I can add more features. But what I mean by that is, okay, why can't your competitors do the same thing? Why can't Substack? I'm just throwing random names, right? Intro, they already have a distribution advantage. If they see this is working for you in the first 3-4 months of you launching publicly, why do you think they can't build this? I'm not talking about the distribution, I'm talking about the tech. So tech, this moat, even though we are talking a lot about features, repurposing, and questioning, document referencing, I noticed all of that, but it's not going to convince them that there is a technical moat here. So now they're going to look. So your only way to, kind of steer this conversation is showing, why are you the distribution guy? Starting from your founder market fit, what did you do before? What have you done today that like your graphs are exploding?
Okay.
I would on that.
So instead of just business leaders, narrow it down to my experience, like business leaders in advertising and entertainment, and concentrating on that market and creating a go-to-market strategy flywheel within that space would probably be a better moat than keeping it open-ended to business leaders.
Yes, and again, in your business model, it becomes a marketplace. It's not just about bringing those advisors on your platform. Is there enough demand that people actually want to get advices? So you also have to show the marketplace demand, right? Hey, these are the sellers, the advisors, but the buyers are people who will come to pay for spending time with them or spending time with the chatbot or whatever that is. And where do you make your money? What's your margin look like? It's easy to show that you can build $100 million company, but how many advisors, how many categories do you need to bring in, and how many people want this kind of, one-on-one automated AI kind of chat. You need to be showing both of those demand.
Does that matter as much if we're focused on just charging business leaders to use this as their mentorship or coaching toolkit? They pay us $2,100 a year and they choose how they want to monetize off of it.
Great question. Again, I don't want to eat up all of your time. If your business model is just going and selling to those advisors, and the advisors will distribute to their, like I'm assuming their subscriber base, then it begs a question, where is your business model? Is it a flat fee? Is it per conversations? So now you need
I
to
definitely
get
think
deeper.
you should not just have a platform fee for this one. If you want this to be like scalable and big revenue, you'd have to profit share with the leaders that you do. But that's my opinion.
Yeah. Again, I'm still learning from your pitch, but then I think it's pretty solid. If you're going to go B2B, which is what I'm assuming, your businesses are influencers, advisors, luminary, founders.
Yeah.
They will distribute, the agent to their followers. Again, how are you going to charge? Is it a flat fee? Is it per conversations?
We charge them a flat fee, $179 a month billed annually, and they use it however they want, and they can choose to monetize it. There's other leaders that don't want to monetize, and they're just allowing people to engage.
How much is that again? How much are you charging monthly?
$179 a month.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, we piloted it a few months ago. We have 5 customers already paying close to $13,500 yearly, and 14 piloting right now.
Yeah, terrific idea, terrific business model. Again, is it a venture scale? I mean, how many categories can you go behind? And with the PLG, because of your flat fee, right? So your ACV is going to be, I think, like what, $2,000 a year? And now you need to calculate how many people do I need to bring into the platform to even hit like 1, 10, 100 million? And how long is that going to take? Is there enough demand in the category? Or there's so many influences out there that this product can break out into becoming $100 million? That would be the question that they are thinking about.
47,000 to hit that, and there's 67,000 business coaching companies alone in the US.
And how far along with you are with these people that are on the platform, like the design partners, essentially? Are they already starting to think about how they'd monetize on it? Have they given you any feedback specifically?
Yeah, so we just recently onboarded the VP of marketing for Google. He wants to monetize. He can only monetize this after hours. So like there's 2 ICPs. There's the VPs, C-level execs at Fortune 500 companies, but they're not going to be using it as frequently. They want to use this to give their staff access to their guidance at scale, but also monetize when they get asked to speak at engagement after hours or get asked to mentorship one-on-ones, weekends after hours. And then there's the other ICP where it's like, this is what I do full time. I'm a business coach. I am just a mentor, and I could use this to scale my business. But yeah, those are the 2 categories where we have both. We have senior leaders at Fortune 500 companies, and we also have business coaches.
That makes sense. Maybe I'll wrap it up with like 3 quick comments. One, not everything has to be VC backed, and also choosing the right VC is very important, right? Like some things can be $100 million businesses, and you don't actually need any money, and then you actually become way richer in the end. Because a lot of VC companies raise a ton of money, and then turns out the founders diluted down to like 1%, and no one gives a shit. So just consider that, right? You have something really good going on. Maybe you don't need to spoil it with VC money. Another quick thing is, I think if you can find some way that can be like a win-win where your revenue increases when their revenue increases, and you can bring like both parties together where the incentives are aligned, I think that helps a lot over a platform fee. Just a quick thought there. You get like some network effects out of that as well, right? Like network effects for your product are super important. So I'd say considering that. And then the last part is, I think just like talking about the TAM, I think Vinay kind of brought this up a bit too, of just like questioning the TAM of $100 million. That's really good. 4,000 people out there, or 4,700, I think was the number 47,000, I forget the number. But showing that, are there that many people that people really want to talk to? And just proving that, I think that's maybe the question mark that is in my head. I think this could turn into a really, really nice business. And I think it also does somewhat fit with a16z's ethos. I mean, that's the entire purpose we're here, is just to like help people, make sure you position yourself correctly. Those would be my 3 things to maybe focus on.
Yeah. And Ray, just again, I'm just giving this thought out of my head. Again, founder to founder. Again, because Facebook, Instagram, the whole Meta network are doubling down on creator tools, because creator
Yeah.
economy has become big. And if you look into Instagram, I think you can activate your own synthetic agents, which can kind of respond, and they're bringing something in WhatsApp. I'm pretty sure it's already in Facebook. I've been logged into it for years. Now, the competitors are Meta network itself, when they have distribution advantage with billions and billions of people, and they've already built a following, how would that play around? When they have the tools and the creative tools to activate it, how are you going to stand against it? Again, these are some things to think about, so that leading again conversations with knowing what the objections could be from investors and answering them upfront. I think that gives you a significant wedge to control the conversation. Otherwise, it's just going to explode. Oh, why can't these guys do it? Why can't they? So just giving you some final thoughts around it. But terrific presentation, great. I think I'm excited for you. Good luck.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you guys.
Awesome. All right, next one. Boren.
Is that me?
Go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Good to go.
All right, cool. So I do not have anywhere close to as good of a presentation as Ray did, so you'll have to bear with me. Let's see.
I don't think Liam or I had such a good presentation either.
Yeah. I'll keep this down to 1 minute. So the company's called Peers. We're a little bit of a cross between educational and technology, meaning it's ed tech. And we're trying to build something called the Peerverse, which is a metaverse where students can really go on and get a SEL curriculum learning experience that is also gamified, while also providing a social aspect through the platform that allows them to create content, allows content creators to put their content on there. And this is all surrounding inner growth and SEL related subjects, right? So that's essentially it. The biggest part of why we're doing this is because we really see a problem with young people using technology more and more often without much regulation. They're spending more times on screens, and it's really taking away from their SEL development as traditionally people have done in the past before the widespread adoption of technology. So we really view this as a replacement for doom scrolling, so to speak, which allows students to still be on technology, which is what they're used to, but then replacing the mindless content consumption with actual education and growth. So that's essentially it. We are looking to build out more of a demo. We're kind of stuck because we have this idea based off of curriculum. And we're implementing this curriculum in multiple schools right now, but we're looking to get more traction in terms of the technology aspect. Our background is mostly just in education, and so we're really trying to bridge the two. So
awesome. What can we help with?
Mostly just ideas of one of the terms you mentioned before was like being scrappy, trying to get something going without having all the resources available. And I think that's a perfect description of where we are right now. We're trying to figure out, hey, how can we get like a fuller demo of this platform or of these dashboards that we can show to schools, to organizations.
Gotcha. Okay. And then should we think of this as like, I see your one sentence pitch is very long sentence. Is this like, I'm gonna completely mess this up, but is it essentially therapy for Gen Z through games?
Not exactly therapy. In psychology, it's called cognitive behavioral interventions, where we're trying to change behaviors through purposeful actions or a development of certain problems inside that they have to work through in order to get to a certain result. So therapy in a sense, yes, but we're not trying to label it as therapy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
This is more like educational.
Yeah, I guess I would be. I would like to see some sort of like visual, I think, representation of this, and that would probably be helpful. I don't know if you actually said you had a pitch deck. I'm interested in the idea. I would probably like lean on, you said you were like versed in the education space. I think that's a great way to find out how to make something scrappy to like prove out the concept. Like, what does that look like? The reason I'm saying this is because I've seen a couple of startups kind of in the area, or like TikTok having that STEM like zone on the far left hand side where there are people that are in the doom scrolling business that are attempting to
Yeah.
provide educational content. So I'd love to see, like, with your background, how do you inject in there? What does this actually look like? And then the other thing that I would be wondering is, who are you selling it to? Is it going to be like to schools, to parents, or to the kids
It's gonna
themselves?
it's gonna be for students, like K through 12, but essentially we're marketing to the parents, trying to see this as a tool to get their students on the best track possible. You know, a lot of parents want their kids to go Ivy League, top 25, you name it, from around the world. So this would be, you know, sort of a like a SaaS that they, you know, subscribe to the platform, or the schools subscribe to, you know, our platform, and they implement it throughout their whole municipalities. Um, so yeah, those are the options.
Interesting. Okay. Um, yeah, in terms of your question around like scrappiness, I think the challenge of where the scrappiness is coming from is potentially from the one sentence being a very long one sentence. If
hmm
I think if you distill it down a little bit more, and focus a bit more on like what's the actual like one singular problem that we're trying to solve, like is it doom scrolling, is it uh, you know therapeutic, decision making, whatever it might be, like that might help. But yeah,
Okay.
so, and then I guess, yeah, somehow proving it. This is the
Yeah, I think
I have
in
no clue
thinking
to figure
about
this
like
out.
how to deliver this and like what platform, what it would look like, would probably help that one sentence pitch. But yeah,
Yeah.
that you don't need to do that in order to have like a good idea. But I think that it is too long of a one line pitch to really understand like what direction it's gonna be.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that's very helpful.
Um, yeah, I'm trying to think of how to be scrappy with something like this. I mean, like doom scrolling is obviously a problem, and that's definitely a challenge. But it's what is like the current solution? I feel like what people are doing right now is just like banning your usage of Instagram, right? Or like having to rely on Instagram to try and just build some education class in Fortnite Islands. Honestly,
Yeah, I mean,
that's not
it's
that's not the worst idea I've ever heard. Thank you, music device. I hope that's not your name. But that's not bad. Yeah,
music
yeah, maybe
device.
maybe there is something like, meet Gen Z where they are. Something in Fortnite or Minecraft, make a custom like map or something like that, and then try to like distribute it on Reddit or Twitter or something like that, and then see what's the uptake of like how people use it, because you are really in this like game area, or it is maybe some like scrappy mobile game or something. This is
Yeah, I guess to be more clear, because I was running on the 1 minute timer before. Um, we're based off of a curriculum from something called mindfulness based strengths practices. So in mindfulness based strengths practices, they introduce a concept of character strengths, and these character strengths are qualities that every single person can quantifiably have inside all of them. Um, so we use that as the basis of teaching this curriculum, and through learning about character strengths, people will engage in different activities to use these strengths more, to come out of their shells more. And so the gamification aspect really comes from our ability to teach this content. So it's not necessarily, like a Fortnite where you're going around killing people. It's a interactive thing. Think like uh, Duolingo. Think I'm trying to think of the other ones. Think Babbel as well. Like all these platforms where they have an educational purpose, but they package it with all these, addictive, um, you know, dopamine hitting
yeah, yeah, all
signals.
the gamification sides of it. Okay,
Yeah.
I think my question back to you would be, what it's I think the problem is a bit nebulous, and then that would probably help down a bit to like what's the actual core solution that you're trying to test for. Yeah, I think just because it could like I see the problem that you're going after is kind of like, all right, doom scrolling, device usage, all these things. I don't think it's been proven that like a very great business model can come out of it so far, outside of like Apple putting restrictions for children, or like
Okay.
TikTok once in a while throwing in a video that says, "Hey, you've been scrolling for too long." Like the problem is these companies are not incentivized to do it. So I think like somehow just trying to prove out your solution. I don't know. This is a really tough space.
I mean, I would like to see the
this.
platform approach. Like, are you going to make a Duolingo? Like, is it going to be a mobile app? Or is it going to be a Roblox metaverse? Like, I think that would like really help, honestly.
Yeah, it would be like a Roblox metaverse where it would host basically everyone's own little like built out world, their own space. They can customize it, and then there's a separate aspect where you can go to other people's verses, and then you can also enter the educational space. So it's multifunctional, right? Where you have kind of your base of operations, and then you have the different functions for what you want to do. Like you can learn, you can watch content from other people, you can post your content, but it's centered around this like educational anchor.
Okay. I think find point of a focus session in schools to avoid distractions. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, I think trying to find what is that exact MVP of what you're trying to test that could turn into a business is going to be super important. I would stray away from like I think one of like YC's like tar pit ideas that people talk about is like discovery of like what to do, or exploring like options, right? Like it's usually like really tough platform plays. But it sounds like I think if you try to pinpoint like what is one problem that you're trying to solve, it's like people spend too much time doing X, or people are doing Y, or they're not learning about Z, whatever it might be. Like try and hone into one thing, because even what you just talked about, if like, oh, they could go here and share content, or they could learn about something else, it's too much stuff. It's too much stuff, right? Like that's great for the vision in like a couple of years. But what's like the one thing you're doing now that's the wedge into the market?
Okay.
That would be my advice.
All right, thank you very much.
Cool. Hell yeah. I love this space though. Like this is a problem. You're solving the right thing. I think the solution's hard, but hard problems are the right problems to go after. Cool. All right. Let's see. Matthew Morota.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm gonna start with my deck and I'll keep it short just so everyone has time to present. Let me get this. Oh, I have to. Hold on, I gotta open my system settings and allow them to do it.
By the way, thank you, Liam and David, for hanging out there. That's been hours, right? Thank you.
Yes, and the plan is to have more than one of these sessions. So, if you didn't present today, hopefully people have given a lot of good presentations that you get inspiration from. Maybe you'll have some more questions. We'll probably switch up the format a little bit, but the idea is to have more than one of these. So hopefully you guys are learning. We do a variety of different content and stream on a variety of different platforms. So we're really excited about this one. It seems like people are enjoying it.
Wait, where?
The person that was presenting stopped.
Left?
Yes, totally. That's getting better and better.
Okay, well, they left. I want to keep things moving just so we have time. Let if they jump back in, we can go back to Nakul or Nakul. Nice. How do I pronounce your name, by the way?
It's Knuckle.
Knuckle. All right, perfect.
Cool.
Guys, first of all, before I begin, thank you so much for doing this. This is incredible. No one ever does something like this. I mean, this is just thank you so much. Can you guys see my screen, or should I just go right in and tell you a little bit about what I'm doing?
We see your screen. Look at our screen. So now it's kind of a mirror.
Do you see this?
Still Google Meet for us.
Oh, all right. Present something else. Allow to share screen. Share entire screen. How about now, guys?
Yeah,
Is this
got
a
it.
li-
Go for it.
Oh, okay, perfect. So essentially, I got selected for the interview round last time, and for
Nice.
Speedrun 4. And I'm an electrical engineer and computer scientist. My co-founder is an economist who was the first assistant at SpaceX. Um, and basically, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that as AI gets better and better, we don't get in a world where people start losing hope. We basically want to create a world where people have something to look forward to, even if their intellectual capabilities are not good enough for them to be paid, because an AI is basically economically more valuable than them. So my co-founder came to me and he said, we can basically build this parallel world where people can buy this $2,000 machine and they can enter it, and then they can have all these parallel worlds, and they can live in that world. And I was like, this is ridiculous. This guy's out of his mind. And then I went to his apartment in San Diego, and he had actually built out a full machine through which you can enter hundreds of video games. So
what?
So yeah, and then he patented it. And then my background is in agriculture. I basically built a hydroponic machine which grows food in air, and I reduced the cost of that technology by 20x, and then patented that. So I was coming at it from a food angle. He was coming at it from an entertainment angle. And then we said that, hey, you know what? By 2030, I want to build a world where people can get this $2,000 machine and they can live a beautiful life in parallel, which is not dystopian, because we basically give them a lot of superpowers and then they have a real life. But the core idea, the thing that really set this apart beyond Ready Player One, was we were building this software that would let you earn inside this virtual world. And I can go into a lot of details about what that is, and how AI plays a role in education and creativity in this virtual world, and how you translate that to the real world. But essentially, we applied to a16z with this multiverse machine. After the interview, I guess I didn't get in, and I think the reason I didn't go forward is because I'm saying so many things that it's almost like, oh, this guy's probably not even started working on any of them. While the truth is, we have actually already built out all of these things, and so I'm really confused as to like what I'm doing wrong. And I was like, maybe this is a good opportunity to just come in, and maybe it's me, maybe I'm just maybe I'm just a little too much. I don't know.
What can you show? I think I'm trying to like quickly understand. Like, can you show the slides again? Because right now we're seeing the Google Meet window, and that's not
absolutely
really
absolutely.
helping us.
Share entire screen, and then these were the slides. And essentially what I did was I basically made a comic book
Okay.
that explained the whole story. And then in the end, we basically showed how we want to maximize creativity, translate that to the real world, and try and build a lot of economic value. And because Spencer did not want me to show a16z his designs because they're patent pending. So essentially this was a midway thing. And then the presentation this way, the reason we did it this way was to really stand out, because you can imagine how exhausting it is to look at thousands and thousands of applications that all basically make huge promises. So I really wanted people to be able to see, yeah.
What
do I need?
What is the product?
The product is the machine that Spencer's building. So it's this $2,000 machine that arcades buy, so that people can start experiencing it that way. That's the first stage. And then we have a $500 machine that fits inside your house, and then you can enter all these worlds with that machine. So it's essentially a technology that allows you to run, fly, and walk in all these worlds. And then we also have a lot of modules that fit in that allow you to touch things. But essentially the problem with VR is you run into walls, right? You can't, like, it doesn't feel real because your movement space is so restricted. And we basically solve the problem of infinite movement in VR. Yeah.
Wait, so I maybe I just don't know the space that well. Like, you're saying it's a $500 box that I can put in my house.
Sure. Okay.
That allows me to move infinitely when putting a VR headset on.
Yes. But it's I can't tell the whole design on a video call with so many people. But yes, it's a $500 box that you get in your house, and you link yourself to it, and now you can enter hundreds and hundreds of worlds with like, and you can fly in them and walk in them and run in them accurately. I am an engineer from UCSD, and like, and Spencer's from SpaceX. Like, what? It might sound ridiculous, but we have actually we have patents. Yeah.
So like, you pitched this to Andreessen, and they came back and said,
they literally they said no.
Well,
no,
did they give you extra feedback? I'm curious
nope,
exactly what they
nothing. It was
well,
just.
Did you show them the product, or?
Yeah,
they didn't even see the product. They just asked me to get on a call and get on a video. Should record a video and talk about the product, and I did. And
okay. Like the first step, yeah.
Yeah.
But did at any point they see the product?
No, they didn't. And I emailed, and no one replied.
Were you going to show them the product? Like, why didn't
Yes.
you show them the product?
Well, because because again, it's a patent pending technology. We want to make sure that we even have to show the product because there's so much technology we've built, which is like, so I'm like, Spencer, do you really want to show this? And then we were like, okay, we'll talk to Andreessen, we'll see how interested they are. But
I guess that's fair. If you don't want to do it, like it's just the intro video of that application, like just to like get. What did you say? Was it just you talking, or did you go through like a pitch on that slide
So
deck?
they very clearly said that it has to be us in front of the camera just talking. So
yes, okay.
So I was like, I don't want to.
Yeah. Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm guessing. Look, I don't know what the challenge was that they had. The holotype.
Yeah, I feel like
No,
we don't pitch that. I'm curious exactly what you said. Like I would have started immediately with that team bet, right? SpaceX, like we have patents. Like, do you want to hear more? Essentially, like teasing it. I'm not so sure how you deliver it.
Wait, I thought you got on a call with them, right, or no?
No, it was a video. It was a video, and then
remember when the application is like, I'll send a video of you talking.
Well, the thing is, this has very little to do with it's not the volatile thing. That's very backward technology. You can't run in it. You can't fly in it. It's decades behind. We were building this parallel economy, and that's what I was talking about. And I was like, the hardware is obviously a given because we've already pulled it off. Like we have a functional machine in which we play games. It's like what are you talking? Like that's already done. That's not what we're coming to Andreessen for. We're coming to Andreessen to build a parallel economy, and that's what I talked about. And AI is a huge part of that. And I think that turned them off because they were like, I don't know. Yeah, that's why I got on a call with you guys. Like maybe just focus on the hardware or the patents or.
Like, parallel economy. You got it.
Yeah, I think like let me throw this pitch to the room and see what your reaction would be. I have a box that makes you infinite money.
What? No, that's not.
And that's all I'm going to say. And I'm not going to show you the box. That's
oh,
it.
I see what
right?
you're
You're going to be like, wait, what does that mean? And then you're like, I can't show it to you.
Yeah.
You're never going to see it. But here's a story about the box.
Fair
but
enough.
We can never show you the box. Like, you know, if I'm like
writing... No, we can show you the box on a video call. Yeah, we can show you the whole machine on a video call.
Okay, yeah, I think that's. I'm just trying to like reframe it back of like, it does seem like, you know, is it if you think from like Andreessen's perspective, is this worth it if they're not, you know, if we're gonna write a check of $1 million,
yeah,
we gotta know a little bit more about what you know you're promising of the ability to fly in your house for $500.
Yeah,
that's
yeah, I know.
The
that's
exact analogy of me saying I'm giving you a box that makes infinite money. What does that mean? You know.
That's
zoomed in on me again. I hate this.
That's exactly. So I guess
I kind of like it if it works though. Have we tried it?
Nakul, just stepping in for like 30 seconds. It's going to be. I mean, like Liam said, I'm hearing patents. You know, 2 people have what it takes to build it, or maybe build it, but we won't show you unless you get on a video. We can't reveal a lot.
Yeah.
you're creating way too much friction for an accelerator to be even reviewing your application.
I see what you're
Maybe if you have a warm introduction to the a16z investment team directly,
Yes.
someone who can vouch for you, you need to find that warm intro to get in.
Right.
At an accelerator stage, you need to be opening up and talking. You cannot be super protective. I mean, of course, the choice is yours, how much you want to reveal or not. But I think you're not revealing anything, and that's probably why they're not even able to move forward. They're getting a lot of a tease, but that's pretty much it. I've been listening to you guys. I still haven't figured out what this is. I'm not the ICP, I'm assuming, but we had 2 deep tech startups, right? They're PhDs, they have patents, they've had patents in the past, and they built a mission which was probably 10 or 20 times yours. Like, this isn't defense tech. They're building AI, a blind robot dog, right? So if they're going to say, oh, we're building something for blind people or disabled people, but we won't talk to you about what it is, how the hell are A16Z going?
Well, to be completely fair, my co-founder thinks that he's basically disrupted a huge market.
Yeah,
because
I get the point.
let's say what I'm saying is true. Let's just jump to that.
No, I mean, I want to be respectful for everyone who's waiting. I think you're not going to get an answer from us because 1, you're not A16Z.
Right.
2, if your idea is truly visionary, which you think it is, you need to find a warm intro to A16Z or any other tier 1 VC firms out there. Secure your meeting, go and talk to them in person. You don't even have to do a video call. But
right,
accelerator route, you're not going to get through.
Yes, exactly that.
So what you're saying is secrecy is not the path to get into an accelerator. Warm intro is a path that I could take instead. And
if you truly believe this is a disruptive idea, which according to you it is, you have to go talk to the investors directly, get a warm intro, get a meeting, get an in-person meeting. Maybe you're going to convince them more than even doing a video call. That is how I would.
And how do people go about these warm intros? Do they go to like networking events?
That is going to be
one way to do it.
Okay.
It's very specifically. Yeah, we need to give time for others.
I'll yield.
Yeah. Thanks.
Did my stream die?
I don't know. Are we looking at both streams still? I'm seeing it. We got an OBS notification saying stream disconnected, but I'm seeing it on both platforms. So
we're good. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, go for
You're
it.
still live on both.
Okay.
Okay, we're still live. Perfect. All right. Dave,
I will be right back. Let me just. Can I power this down? Then that's fine.
Just keep it on. Just keep it there. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's go to the next person. I'm sorry. I'm so bad with pronouncing names. Kari?
Yeah, Kairi. Liam?
Kairi. There we go. Dude, sick name.
You can hear me?
Love it. Yeah, can hear you.
Yeah, so I go by Kai because that makes it a lot easier.
Kai, okay, perfect. Yeah, either way, down.
Let me try to share my screen.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Yep, can you see the presentation?
It's not up yet.
It says I don't have access to share my screen. When I tried.
I can check over here. Everyone should have access to that.
I'll try again.
If not, you could just like talk about it, then we can go through it together.
Okay. Luckily I can talk about it pretty well. Actually, I'll do this instead. Let me see if this works. If I just try to share my Google screen. How about that?
There we go. Perfect. Cool. All right. Let's do it for 1 minute quick pitch and then tell us what you need.
Sure. So I'll talk through it first. So what I have here is a company called Tickety. What we are trying to do is be more than just a ticketing platform. I believe that there is space in the marketplace to have a platform that allows customers to not only buy tickets, but to also eventually buy merchandise, as well as different experiences or relationships as relates to artists. Currently, when you go on any ticketing platform and you buy a ticket, say it's a Taylor Swift ticket, and a customer has spent $1,000. What's disconnected from that experience is Taylor Swift or any other artist has no way to reach back out to that customer who has already shown a very strong interest in being interested in the things that Taylor Swift does.
What would be great is if there was a platform that sat as a conduit that not only sits as a place to buy the ticketing aspect of the user journey experience, but also being able to, for that artist through that platform to be like, hey, here is the merchandise related to like my tour. And what a lot of tours have is when you go into the event at any different given venue, they may or may not have limited merchandise as it relates to that tour, and you have thousands of people who are there for the purpose of buying that merchandise, but no real way to purchase it. So we want to connect that aspect of the user journey. The second aspect of it is no one at the current moment likes their experience with Ticketmaster. I have yet to meet someone who has said, you know what, I am so loyal to their platform that there's not a single other platform that could potentially steal away my eyes to have a better user journey experience. How we want to make that experience better is in three ways. One, upfront pricing. Two, the ability to earn points as you purchase tickets to specific types of events. So say, you know, like, hey, I really want to be able to go to the next Beyonce concert tour that comes out. As you buy tickets on our platform, before the concert is released in the future, you will have the ability to be in queue to get tickets to a specific venue once the concert is announced. And it'll be locked in based on, you know, a customer relationship that you have with us and the relationship that we then form with the artist. Currently, so far, we've only pushed our platform to our friends and family. And in the past 18 months, we've already sold over 300,000 tickets to just friends and family. I'll slightly pause there because I know I dumped a lot of information on you in a very short amount of time.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's the two parts of your business, right? Like one is kind of the merchandise side of it, and then the other is like a tech and Ticketmaster. Is that how you should think about it?
Correct. And the first, and to give you some more numbers metrics, currently we already have $7 billion worth of inventory to sell on our site, which would make us the third largest in terms of total inventory accessible at any given time, only behind Ticketmaster and StubHub.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Like when you
So
say
I
inventory,
worked
that's a
in
very
the
tricky word.
Yes, so I worked in the ticketing industry before going into this. I worked for the Miami Dolphins in literally as a director of marketing, ticketing, and analytics. Ticketing is at this point in stage since COVID, 90% owned by mega brokers at any given time, not any particular platform, but the brokers themselves. Through what my old job was, and through one of my advisors who was a NBA player for 14 years in the NBA and now a current analyst for TNT and the Los Angeles Clippers, we were able to get meetings with mega brokers talking about the future vision of the platform that we have envisioned for others as relates to ticketing in the future. Through those relationships and conversations that we had, three of the mega brokers were like, we like how you've envision the future and what you want to build, and we've decided we want to give you access to our inventory via API so that you can build out the future of what we believe ticketing could be, so that we can.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
When it's like you get access to inventory via API, so you're still paying the fees to Ticketmaster.
No, Ticketmaster has nothing to do with any part of my sale. When I say the brokers own the inventory, I mean like literally a Liam might own 1/3 of all of the ticket inventory for concerts and shows in all of Southern California.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that person can then choose to have their inventory listed on my site versus like Ticketmaster or someone else. What the hard part is in this industry is getting access to the inventory. And part of my background is having worked for Amazon and Walmart. And I know that as it relates to new customers coming to a site similar to this, what they want to see is the ability to see tons of inventory so that they can understand that, you know, how much can I have to potentially buy for this individual site. So let me show you here. So the Knicks is a great example. The Knicks for their upcoming playoff game, these are all the tickets that we have for any of the given sections that are currently available for the next playoff game, which is literally next Sunday. So you can click on a ticket, you can put it in the queue, and you can already check out and buy on our site today, live.
Gotcha.
What we want to do for the future is move to a more voice and AI chat interface.
because I don't like seat maps, and I think you can get more information from a customer through voice chat. So you could say like, hey, like we show here in this example of what we're currently building out, I want 2 tickets to Hamilton in December. And then the agent could say, oh, okay, thanks, Liam. What is the reason why you want to go to this event? Is this is this a special event? Is this your first time going? Have you ever been to this venue? Being able to keep all of those different insights about you means that after you've bought a ticket with us, the next time you come back, we can say, hi, Liam, how was that Hamilton concert? Did you like where you were seated? What could we do potentially better in the future as we recommend the next thing that you want to go to? In terms of monetization, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, what do you need out of us? Because it sounds like, you know, your business is going pretty well, right? Like you already have the supply, you have the team, you have the unique kind of insight of having that understanding and being able to pull in those tickets and inventory. What do you need from us?
What I need from what a16 can help with is scalability of being able to have enough funds to go do a very big marketing campaign. Because in the marketing campaign, you have to build trust. Because we're the new kid on the block, someone has to trust that they're going to get their tickets. And that trust can come through having established individuals. Okay, go ahead, Liam.
Yeah, let me clarify my question. Like, so I like, we're not a16z. Like, what can we help with your application for Andreessen Horowitz? What's the exact like question that we can help out with here?
I guess the first question would be, I know that there was a lot that I threw at you. What could be better summarized initially up front?
I think the one-liner and being like super succinct about that is probably going to help a lot, of just saying like, you know, what is your true differentiator? It can't be just like we're another Ticketmaster. It's got to be like, what today do you offer? It's like, you know, whatever that might be. I think that from what I see in the product right now, it seems like it's essentially like SeatGeek on steroids. But I think just that one-liner of like, what is the differentiator that you bring to the market, as succinct as possible in a true like short sentence.
Yes, I would say for that one-liner, it would be a ticketing agent that can handle all of your ticket buying experience every single time autonomously and remember you for the rest of time.
Okay. And then I would say probably trying to prove that out of like what's the demand that folks have for that exact use case is probably my best advice. Next, of just saying like, okay, what you know, proving out that that's what people want, and the traction.
So I can say, from a traction aspect, we've spoken to 8 different owners in the NBA and 2 owners in the NFL as it relates to the platform that we're building. One of the things that feedback that we had gotten is that as long as we can show traction in the secondary market, which is where we play at the moment, that would lead them to have the confidence of knowing if they were to down the road switch their ticketing to us as a primary market provider, that customers know who we are and that we exist. When I was at the Dolphins, we were pitched by a few different ticketing companies, and there were 2 things that stood out as to why they didn't get the business. One was the founder didn't come to the presentation, and 2 was they didn't show how they were going to go on a marketing campaign to get tens of millions of eyeballs to know that the company existed, because they didn't want to go down that track run.
Okay.
Having been in the marketing science space, I know that people need to know that you exist, no matter how much you have to sell.
So I think like just from what I've heard so far, I think like just trying to distill this down to like that true one-liner, the differentiator, right? Like that will be pretty critical. I don't know if I've heard it yet. And that will just really help paint a picture for the Andreessen guys to really understand like, okay, this is why this will beat Ticketmaster, it'll beat SeatGeek, it'll beat all the other products that exist in the market today. And then also getting succinct on your differentiator. I do a lot of angel investing as well. Like I've invested like hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own money, and then based on talking to Andreessen as well, like when the differentiator is we're better at marketing, but without specific like examples specifically of GTM, I think there's a flag there, because it's like, what does that mean you're better at marketing? Prove it, right? And not prove it in terms of like an organization, but prove on like a smaller scale of like, look, I post about this stuff on Reddit and I get 1,000 likes every time. Or I have an email list of 2,000 people that really care about this and I talk to them every week. Or I've called 100 people and they all want to buy the product tomorrow. I think that's probably the scale of what we would be looking for, or like that I would guess that they're looking for. Yeah.
Okay, I would say from that lens, one of the ways that we could talk about it is we initially only told 5 people about our site and started with just like a couple $100 worth of sales. And that those 5 people, one of the biggest reasons they come back is the no fees. And the other thing they come back for is we always only sell authenticated tickets, which the other platforms do not do. We make sure that the only thing that we sell is verified electronically deliverable tickets only. And because of that, that is what's led customers to tell other customers about coming to our platform, because they know with the security that when they pay $1,000 to Tickety, there's not going to be a message like you might get from StubHub that says, "Hey, the broker wasn't able to."
No, I get that. I
your
get that.
ticket.
What's your annual revenue?
So currently we're in the past, like I said, in the past 18 months, we've done just over $300,000 in revenue.
That's
on
solid, yeah.
112 customers.
Wow, yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, yeah. No, I think like I think just getting succinct on that initial like one-liner and differentiator, and then other than that, I mean, you have the traction, you have the team, right? Like this is all good. So I'd say just that would be my advice. But yeah.
Gotcha. Any of the other co-partners' advices, or is it just you on at the moment?
Vinay, are you still on the call? Vinay might have jumped. David is quickly grabbing food for us because this is turning into a marathon and not a sprint of trying to help out. I think Vinay, did you jump? I think Vinay jumped for a little bit. But that, yeah. So that would be my advice for now. But then maybe like send over the deck to me, and then I can send it over to them. Well,
Yeah,
David
Liam,
should be back soon. But yeah.
I was off for like.
Oh,
few
there we
minutes.
go. Okay, yeah. Hey, there we go.
Well, I don't have any specific suggestions or questions.
Cool.
Well, first, Liam, I think you have incredible energy, I guess. Did you even have your lunch?
No, I haven't eaten anything all day.
Yeah, anyway, I do not have any specific questions as such, Kai. If I do, I'll probably shoot you a message on LinkedIn.
Okay. I appreciate you guys for both taking the time.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, let's see. I want to get to yeah, whoever's next on the call. Devashish. Did I say that right?
Yes, that's right. Hi, Liam.
Nice. Oh yeah. All right, cool. What's the 1-minute pitch? Let's go.
Firstly, thank you for staying that long. I had almost given hope that I wouldn't make it, but I'm glad I made it.
It's 3 hours and 30 minutes in. Let's keep going. I have a hard cut in like an hour from now, but let's get as many as we can.
Sure, I'll be quick. All right, so I'm Devashish, Dev. I'm the co-founder of Level. I have 2 other co-founders, Sid and Kehan. They're not in the call, but they're watching the stream. Cool. So Level, we're building a rewards wallet for gamers that helps them convert credit card points to buy in-game items. The idea is that this boosts monetization for developers by not only increasing number of paying customers, but also expanding the wallet share for existing paying ones. The current landscape, as we see, is there are game developers who are struggling to monetize, especially on newer titles. And then you have about 100 million US gamers between 22 to 45 years of age, stacking 50 billion credit card reward points every year.
Yep.
And they don't have a good way to spend in game. Either the experience is very clunky, or they're not aware, or they just don't have enough SKUs. It's either an Xbox gift card or a V-Bucks gift card, but nothing else. But there's so many games out there that all could benefit. So we're building like sort of this intermediary platform that helps them do that, both gamer facing, but also some kind of integration with the game developers on the publishing side.
What's your traction?
Say that again, sorry.
What's your traction today with the product?
So we started about 2 weeks back. We have waitlist on the gamer side, but we also have we're working on the publisher side to figure out the LOI stuff if we can start building towards it. But I would say like we're still early. Before that, we had a different version of the product through which we got this insight. Previously, we were trying to build something else. So I would say 5 months spent on that, but that wasn't scalable, so we moved in this direction.
Okay. How are you gonna like? I think these are just gonna be the first questions because like clearly this is a market, like credit card points. Everyone understands it's a market, and then converting it to game money like absolutely makes sense, right? I mean, Fortnite, everyone wants V-Bucks. They'd rather take aim. They don't want Amex points. They want V-Bucks. Uh, let's see what did Royal say over here. Yeah, I think definitely agree. You need a clear value exchange here. The questions that I think will be challenging this market and that you want to like address. Your one-liner makes total sense. You're basically instead of turn your credit card points into gamer points. Like that's currency conversion. That's perfect. Maybe you could shorten it. Yeah, boosting monetization for developers and increase both way. Cut that out.
Okay.
I would just simplify it down to like turn your credit card points into Fortnite V-Bucks or something like that, right? Like really that's what people care about. There's no other currency. So there's something there. I would the first questions that I would challenge you on is just like and you know you can tell the team is going to be important here, and
Sure.
then showing that like can you actually do this because
Right.
I'm sure American Express would love to convert Amex points into V-Bucks, but they cannot. So what's
Right. I think
what's the differentiator?
yeah, the differentiator is like Amex Point City or Chase, like all the big ones. They're focused on a mass market. Like gamers are like maybe 10% of their total credit card holders. Um, where we see an option is to build a better experience of redemption, which is very difficult for these big players to do. And there are like I would say proven models in Southeast Asia where things have happened in this way, just not with reward points. Um, the other thing is I feel what being a gamer and my team members being gamers, we believe like gamers have this cultural angle to adopting any product. So unless the speak is in their language, the tribes do not connect with it in a certain way. So the whole experience of redemption is what we are sort of optimizing for, and that's where that's where the insight is, that how do we make it so native to the gaming culture so that it becomes part of their gaming economy and doesn't feel like attaching a credit card point, which is a friction point in general. On the game developer side, it sort of becomes an alternative what's it called, redemption model, where where their gamers can now pay them differently from a rewards perspective.
Perfect. No, this is good. I think like what Andreessen might want to see is just like what have you done so far to get there?
Sure. Okay.
Like clearly there's a need. Like I don't think anyone's gonna question that like people spend V-Bucks. You know, that's obviously true. They spend a shitload of them. I think just showing what have you done so far to like get closer to actually like proving this out, or faster traction payment gateways like so okay. Yeah, but somehow proving that out I think is going to be pretty important. Yeah.
So are you saying like traction with the idea, or is it also about like what we've done in the past?
Well, let's see. Like, well, it sounds like your team is pretty good. Seems pretty solid to like do this and execute on it, right?
Right.
Where's the team part of the application? Is that this is it.
So I mean, I can talk about it. So
gift card business. Yeah, this is solid. Okay.
We worked on e-commerce gift card marketplaces in the past, but in the tech segment. And Kian was the guy who unlocked all the partnerships. I was the guy who cracked distribution on student side. We scaled it about $100 million for our previous employer. Perfect. That's where we met. And then the technical co-founder worked on the AIT. And then we sort of have intersection on work with him as well. And we all left, we all started working on this about 8 months back. But this particular direction is like very new. Previously, we were trying to build something like Elmedia or Free Cash, if you guys are familiar with that, which is merchant-funded offers to fund your gaming. But we realized that is not a market that is scalable in North America. So we decided to pivot in this direction after talking to people who were using our platform. We just realized they have all these credit card points that we can make better use of.
Yeah, it's totally market. Like, so what do you need from us? What can we help you out with?
Yeah, my specific questions, I think one of them you already addressed on the team side. I think specifically is that we are not from the gaming market, but we are gamers ourselves. So it's a pain point for ourselves and we are trying to solve it. Does that sound okay with a16z thesis and an app plus gaming kind of space?
Yeah, like Speedrun like rebranded recently, and also like my company and then also Vinay's company, we're not in the game space at all. You know, they've really like opened the cohorts up to AI, to gaming, to B2B, to B2C, whatever it might be. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'd worry more about just proving out that like, okay, what have you done to prove out that this market exists? And I think there was a comment in the chat talking about like, this is kind of a, where is this? I want to address this. You need to negotiate with each game publisher that feels the value of their content is X. Yeah, Royal, thank you for that. And then points are Y. So proving out that you've had those discussions and like started, because that is ultimately your challenge there. But maybe there's also an MVP of proving out the value of this by just saying like, hey, send us your Amex points and we'll give you V-Bucks at a really shit conversion. But I think that's just an important part as well. That would be my advice.
Maybe I'll take 30 seconds more is just to explain how we are doing it is we are converting those credit card points first to level points and then working with publishers. So the conversion happens through our like intermediary currency, which will be pegged against like whatever the ecosystem is. If it's V-Bucks, if it's Plex or whatever, like those those things we already have an idea on how to look into. The other thing I also want to mention is I know we are starting with like a redemption store by aggregating supply first and just doing without any game integrations. The next step would be to expand publishing integrations. And the third step we feel is that we can also get into a credit card kind of business where we give level points directly, where instead of people earning these points, you know, separately and then converting to level points, they can just earn it directly. And that's how we get into it. Right? Is that too long of a vision to paint, or like should we be more concise on, say, the immediate TAM and not get into the credit?
More concise is always going to be better. I think you got to start with like this. This should literally be 1 to 2 sentences when someone asks like, "What are you doing?" It's like, today we're converting credit card points into V-Bucks. Tomorrow we're rechanging and rethinking the virtual game economy. That should be it. Anything more starts to really get confusing. I'd like, you know, I don't think they're going to care, you know, unless they start asking questions. No one cares about how you're doing the conversions or what's the middleman and all this other stuff, you know, unless they ask. But I would keep that response very succinct of what you're doing today and then what you're doing tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
I can add a couple of quick thoughts to this. Again, not on the fintech. Like I said, I think someone else was coming up with similar idea of credit card for XYZ. It is a regulated industry getting into fintech in itself, but that doesn't mean Speedrun is not interested in it. I've just shared you a specific portfolio who was part of a cohort. He was building a credit card for, you know, but there was a lot of gamification in it. I think Speedrun is not just betting on a specific category or an industry. They want to see some innovation between AI, tech, entertainment. Fintech is still part of the tech. Now, if it's going to be just a credit card for XYZ, then it might not fit the thesis. Again, this is my perspective, right? So they're trying to see, okay, this is cool. You're going behind gamers. And they understand gamers, gaming studios better than anyone else because, like Liam said, the fund was part of a16z games. It still is. And they're still going to give a lot of priority for anything that involves a little bit of games and not technically playable games. It could be even using game mechanics to solve something. Right. That's one of the areas where, you know, I was selected for my B2B SaaS software. Now, again, coming back to your point, like, but when I saw your 2 lines and 3 lines, they were pretty interesting thing. You guys were gamers, so there's some level of founder market fit because you know what gamers want, you know, what are they obsessed about. So that unique insight is always super cool. Now you're solving the points, the credit card, the exchange, you're being the intermediary. All that is cool. I'm pretty sure anyone can understand this, especially investors are going to understand this because it's all about numbers, finance. The only thing is about, are they excited to be backing a fintech company? I do not know. I don't think, I mean, I'm assuming Liam doesn't know that as well. My recommendation is for most of the founders here, go to speedrun.a16z.com. It gives you a glimpse of companies they've backed. And some companies do have a repetitive pattern, which they're cool because they want to bet. Because someone has built a web GPU for X doesn't mean Speedrun is not going to bet on web GPU for Y. As long as they're more interested in not, this is my observation, not in the tech in itself, but the founder unique insight to, what's your wedge for distribution, which is why, again, I come back to just three things: business model, some signals towards traction, plus why are the founders building this? Why they're solving now? The why now is not just about why are the founders solving it. What changed? Has the technology changed? Has the spending behavior changed? Has the demand suddenly skyrocketed? You might want to spend more time on that, right? So credit card for gamers, or even exchange point for gamers, why did this not happen 2-3 years ago? Why now? Was there a technology breakthrough, or was there today I can access those gamers, or today I can prove gamers exactly want this? So I think getting to that edge is only possible if the founder have lived through the pain like you guys have,
Right.
and technology shift has happened or some demand has changed. I think if you can be stronger in those areas, I think that'll reflect in your one line or even 3-4 lines. And my high recommendation is check out the companies. This is just one company I've listed. It's going to give you a better understanding of how people are actually positioning their one line, two lines. I'm a big fan of browsing through Y Combinator startup directory, because YC, I believe, does a really, really good job of training the portfolio to come up with a really, really good, one-liners and succinct description of the problem and solution. So while Liam and I can definitely give a lot of suggestions, your best bet is to look into YC and a16z portfolio, look at some of the one-liners, and that would be a better way for you to rework on your messaging, because I may not understand the space as much as you. But I think you have what it takes. Now, does it fit into the A16Z thesis? I do not know, but you should still give it a shot. Especially if your first wedge is getting people excited about points and credit cards, and tomorrow you're going to add some layer on top of it.
Right.
That should be in your description as well, because that still connects the dot with what they're betting on. Even if you're not doing it today,
right,
is you need to get into, I don't know, 100,000 gamers before you unlock playable games or something.
Okay.
Again, throwing my thoughts.
No, very valuable. Thanks, Liam. Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. Thanks, Liam. And I forgot the name. David?
Yes.
Okay.
And Vinay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Troy, did you say something? Did you want to say something?
Is he in the Google Meet?
Yeah, he's in the Meet. Call him out. Well, jump in if you want, Troy, at any point. See if he... Maybe he's walking around. Oh, he unmuted. Can you hear me? No, but you're unmuted.
That is so cool.
I can mute you, Troy, but I don't think we want to do that. Yeah, rejoin. I'll let you in.
I think we should let Troy talk about at least the top 3 questions that we may not have answers for from a perspective of A16Z. I think maybe Troy should answer a couple of those if he joins on voice.
If he could join.
And he's willing.
Let's see. Can Troy join Google Meet? All right. You're back in. I'm gonna pin you to the screen. No, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
What's your Google Meet settings look like? You got to check out what your mic input is.
No, but it's weird because it's showing.
No, oh, that is strange, isn't it?
Can you guys hear him?
Nope.
No.
No, we
So
can't
let's keep
hear it.
on going while work it out in the background.
I'll give Troy one more second. Maybe settings.
Oh.
Different camera.
Studio display. Oh no, we
No, we
can't. Now
still
your little
can't hear you.
microphone icon's not coming up either. It's a tough one.
What about now?
Hey, perfect.
Cool. Good to see everyone. And thanks Liam, David, and Vinay for doing this. Super cool to get feedback from founders who have gone through the process and gone through the program. I've been listening to a few of the things that the guys have been saying, and I think Yeah, two things I would just underscore. You know, the most important thing when we invest at this stage is the team. We're investing in founders. Frankly, we know, given how early the companies are, a good number of them will pivot. I think, I've probably worked with about 35 companies via Speedrun over the last 2 years since we launched the program. 35 directly, and then there's over 100 across all of the batches, and probably about half of them have decided to pivot. And so we tend not to, we never want to decline an application because we don't like the idea if the team is amazing, because it could be that 3 months later they have an idea that we like better. And so that means it's really, really important to make sure within the team section, you are very crisp and clear in terms of what have you accomplished in your life leading up to this that makes you well suited to win the category or be a successful founder. This could include things specifically that you've built at a prior company. If you've previously founded a startup, tell us about that. If you've previously raised capital, tell us about that. If you've built a project and it has thousands of GitHub stars, it's a great thing to tell us. If you're like Liam and you have tens of thousands of subscribers on YouTube and X and such, you should tell us that. Yeah, we're looking mainly for these very spiky founders who have some differentiation because at the end of the day, ideas are cheap and execution is hard, and knowing that you're the team that's going to build a generational company and we're going to help you get there is the most important thing. And then yeah, as the guys also mentioned, if to the extent you have traction, and that can come in many different forms, that could include actual revenue, but that could also include even putting it out in the world on social media and having people notice and get excited about it. That's important. Really anything that you can show in terms of social proof to help validate that this is something people want.
Awesome.
Straight from the horse's mouth. I love it. I think that's a phrase. Maybe we'll field like a couple questions. Unless you got more, Troy.
Yeah, no, and then I guess two more points I would think about. One is, we read a lot of applications. I'm going to go back and read all of your brilliant ideas, but being succinct and to the point rather than wordy, dense information is very, very important, so that we make sure that we capture all of the important things you want to tell us. And then I know there was a discussion right when I popped on here in terms of like the categories that we're interested in investing. Yeah, as Liam said, over the last 6 to 12 months, we've been sort of expanding the aperture in terms of the companies that we're investing in via Speedrun, and so yeah, it's quite broad. We have we at a16z we actually have over 500 people across the firm. And with that, there's expertise across the board, and we loop in the relevant subject matter experts across a16z to give founders the best support in no matter what direction they're building. Any quick questions that I can answer while I'm here?
Also, I don't know if we give context. Troy is a partner at Andreessen. That's why he cut the line.
Yeah, I've been at the firm for about 2.5 years and helped launch Speedrun 2 years ago.
And he was also the cohort lead for me, Liam. Strong focus in B2B. So if there are B2B founders here, you have questions around Speedrun, I think Troy is the best person to answer that.
Yeah, maybe it'll be fun to give kind of color as to the selection process. I can kind of talk a little bit about why we got excited to invest in both Vinay and Liam and David's companies. So So yeah, in the case of Vinay, it's a very cool problem space that they're solving for. Basically trying to reinvent the product sales pipeline and getting users the information they need to make a product decision quickly. But most importantly, as I mentioned, investing in founders, Vinay, really impressed us with being kind of a subject matter expert on product-led growth, getting it in front of users, creating and establishing a marketing channel. And in his role at Zoho, he had led a lot of the partner marketing initiatives, and he had really clever insights that he was going to leverage in building LayerPath. And while there's other companies building in a similar direction to LayerPath, at the end of the day, distribution is super important. And we spent a lot of time with Vinay talking about how he was going to get the product in front of users and buyers. In the case of Liam and David, Liam was working at Google on Gemini, and through that he was about as close as he could be to the technology to know what's the type of application leveraging these multimodal models, and so yeah, having that sort of unique access and insight, plus David's a great builder, has shipped a lot of great products. We knew that development velocity was going to be fast, and Liam's doing amazing clever initiatives like this to present the brand and tell the story of the company is really important to win the foot race in a competitive space.
Troy, I had a question for you. What would you suggest people focus on for the first meeting if they were selected? And what information should they bring as a proper follow-up to the Speedrun application? How long is the normal follow-up call? What should they prepare for?
Yeah, so after we review the applications, in some instances we ask for an async video pitch. It's usually about 2 minutes, and folks can tell the story in their own words. Part of that actually is really to get a sense for how you are in terms with your storytelling capabilities, because at the end of the day, eventually you're going to need to pitch employees to join your company. You're going to need to pitch customers. You're going to need to pitch investors to raise capital over multiple rounds. And so how crisp and interesting you are as a speaker is important. And then once after that, then we invite founders to come chat with us for 15-minute initial conversations. And in that, actually, typically the first things that we ask are just kind of, how did the founders come together? We want to make sure that these are folks that have worked together in the past, and because unfortunately, very often we see co-founders break up over time, and that can lead to trouble for the company. And so understanding that these are folks who have experience working together and are vision and values aligned is great. Understanding why they are the team to win in the category. It's funny, usually everyone loves to talk about product, and founders love to kind of dive right in and talk through a product strategy, and we usually have to pull the founders up a level just to talk about their background, and because as we mentioned, we're investing in founders, or we're investing in teams.
Thank you.
Kerwin, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Right now with all the tariff issues that are going on right now, I work in the logistics space. I have a supply chain resource and app platform specifically for logistics businesses, and we're focusing kind of at freight forwarders. Is that attractive right now, or you think with all this tariff stuff going on, it would hurt my application?
So sorry, it's a jujitsu marketplace for.
No. I said I have a supply chain resource and ad platform for logistics companies, products. And
Oh, okay, I see. No, yeah, that's super interesting, and I think there's a clear kind of why now. in terms of why it's important that and so and to your point, I think making it clear, you know, to the question from before in the interview, one of the things that we typically ask is, what is the why now for the business? Why is this the right time to build this specific company? And in this case, with the tariffs, there's a great tailwind there.
Anything else? Any other questions?
Get it while it's hot.
Yeah.
There was another
Do
question.
you require a vest for like companies to come with a vesting period already like established as far as the paperwork and other things with the companies that come into Speedrun? Like for instance, I'm currently in a 4-year vesting period with a 2-year cliff with both of my partners. All of us have agreed to specific terms. And there's certain things that have happened prior to us partnering. So I have a larger share of the company. But I feel like VCs kind of frown if it's not a 50-50 split or 25%. Is that something that might hurt me?
In terms of the equity split amongst you and your co-founders?
That's correct, because I know that usually VCs like to see founders have an equal split, so that way there's motivation on all parts. Sometimes, founders might have an argument as far as equity.
Yeah, I mean, every team dynamic is different. I think what you're describing is quite common. I think so long as the most important people for the company are properly incentivized to stick around and have real skin in the game to put in the hard work that it takes to build a company over a decade or more. That's the most important thing. But yeah, if the founder has been in the picture longer, the founder CEO has been in the picture longer and has more equity than some of the co-founders, that can be fine.
I had one more question. My name is Royal O'Brien, by the way. In your view, is there any impact, positive or negative, when the founder is actually also investing funds into the company?
If the funds invest in competitors, you said?
No, if the founder is investing in the company itself, that's already sustaining and investing actively.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, that's a great signal that you have conviction in your own idea.
Appreciate it.
Actually, I have a question just about company maturity. We're a little further along in our development. We hit $1 million in revenues last year, and we have like 18 people in the company, but we're mostly bootstrapped. Have you guys looked at any companies like that where it's not so much a few founders, but a slightly more mature business with like a runway and even some M&A opportunities and things?
Yeah, so we've had companies come into Speedrun that have close to $1 million or more in revenue. It's not. We also have companies who have, like in the case of Liam and David, they had not even incorporated yet at the time that they were pitching us. And so yeah, it varies. And then a16z is a multi-stage firm. We can invest from first check-in all the way to pre-IPO. We have a growth team. So yeah, we can always get it in front of the right people if it's not a fit for Speedrun.
Awesome, thanks.
So I have a question, Troy, that how's the a16z's position to the companies that was hardware component, because and you're very big on software eats the world, right? It's very much on the software or SaaS. So like we build a spatial AI agent where there is a point of capture hardware component and then build up the AI agent on top of that. So certainly that's very much involved in the optics, photonics, and with the hardware piece at the beginning. It's as a point of capture, just like Square has a point of sales for merchant payment. So what's the view of a16z, or very much into deep tech, or more on the SaaS side?
Yeah, totally. I mean, we've invested in across the firm. We've invested in lots of hard tech, deep tech. We invest in lots of defense tech companies. Previously we invested in Oculus. There's lots of examples of hardware companies that we've invested in. I will say that you'll see that we'll have that in the past, a16z has invested in more in more hard tech for B2B use cases as opposed to consumer facing. Consumer hardware is very hard on top of building towards product market fit. Even if the market loves your product, you're basically, the success of the company is kind of thrown up for grabs each and every year based on timing the window of inventory around the holidays. And so we've seen companies who are crushing it get destroyed by either by mismanaging the inventory. And so we tend not to do a ton of consumer hardware, but there's always exceptions.
Right. Yes. Great. So we're B2B companies, not like 2C. And so then that actually fit to the speed runs, because the speed runs initially is more gaming. So then now I understand you expand that coverage, but you actually do think that like we're B2B, we're not to the B2C, not to the gamers either, even though they're indeed a gamer angle for the 3D games gameplays.
Yes, speedrun has become much more than games, and so we're interested in any founders building in interesting categories. And then typically if we don't have someone on the team who's an expert in the space, we often will loop in a partner across the firm who is, to help have a fruitful conversation and make the right decisions.
Great. So quick question in terms of submission for the DocSend, like do you open up a DocSend link and then put your email and you look at DocSend content? Is that a good way? Or there seems to be a link for the submission, but not a file upload?
Yeah, people just drop the links, the relevant links in the application. I will say, try to make the application itself as clear as can be. With it's nice to have supplemental materials, but you should be able to make the case for the company and US founders in the actual application as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can ask one more question. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I texted it in the chat, but I don't think it was asked yet. So basically, if you don't have enough traction yet or have very little metrics to show and you're in the very, very early stage, what convinces you that the team is worth betting on, worth investing in, when they still don't have the stats to prove you that they have a real insight into the problem they're trying to address?
Yeah, I mean, looking for founder market fit. Is this the right founder for the opportunity? Either through, having experienced a similar go-to-market, having, been building in the space, but look, not every company has traction, but I think it's easier than you think to demonstrate some degree of traction. Just weeks after Liam and David started building Deep Prediction, they started to tell they were building in public and started to tell the story of the company, and share their vision on LinkedIn and Twitter, and collected hundreds of thousands of impressions through that, and waitlist signups even before the product has been launched.
All right, that's super helpful. Thanks, Troy.
Hi, Troy. Can I give it a go? It's really good to see you. I think we spoke a couple yeah, good to see you again. Yeah, I was wondering for reapplications, like for example, in the case of us that we spoke and it was not the right time, what kind of changes would you like to see before we just reconnect again?
Yeah, and this is a great point. We run Speedrun twice a year, every year. And we've accepted many companies who, we rejected for a prior speedrun, and then we've been really impressed by the velocity of the team, and how they've iterated over that period of time, and then accepted the company at a later stage. And so, yeah, I would not be disheartened if the first time you apply for speedrun you don't get accepted. We love to see folks come back and either with a different idea after they've pivoted, or having demonstrated that they are able to build this faster than anyone else, or find traction faster than anyone else.
And just on top of that, there's another question is, for example, for the space that we're working on, we're just putting together a lot of different tools and just orchestrating it into one space. It seems to be like it's so many different people are working on it right now. It's quite similar phase, like it's like node-based stuff. How much of that USP are you looking for that is going to be kind of like differentiating us to someone else, basically? What would be that sort of like a very good USP that you see in applications if there's a lot of similar ideas?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of, as we said, that because we expect so many of the companies to change the ideas or evolve their thinking over time, it mostly comes down to understanding the founder, their motivations, their unique insights, and then their ability to make noise and generate traction. So I would say, for you, as I would think about, how quickly can you productize the platform that you're building, and I think we talked about it before, but doing it in a way where I think a services-led model makes sense, but also being able to offer a self-serve version of the platform would be important.
Amazing. Thanks, Troy.
I have a quick question about one of the questions in the application mentions that here you can put any additional information. What are some like top 2 or 3 things that you would like to see like beyond what is being asked, just as a direction on how we should be approaching that section?
Yeah, I think we see that section approach in many different. I mean, a lot of people don't fill it out. Frankly, it's just a decision in terms of how you want to answer the questions, but making sure that in some cases people will talk about additional ideas that they have, because some folks are so early that they've only been building in the one building their product for like 2 or 3 weeks, and they share other ideas that they're interested in if this one doesn't work out. So that's one way to approach it. Another is, if it doesn't come through in the application, like if you have a team who's working with you, like, tell us about them. If you have folks in mind who you'd like to hire once you're funded, tell us about that. If you have certain advisors or angels working with you, tell us about them. Yeah, those are just a few ideas. If you have a social media presence, if you have, if you have 10,000 followers on LinkedIn or X, tell us that. If you're an influencer on the side, tell us that. If you, if you have unique access, on distribution for whatever reason, tell us that.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Awesome. All right, I will. Thank you, Troy, for jumping
Thank
in.
you. Yeah.
We're running on 4 hours and 20 minutes of the stream.
You guys are animals.
Yeah, this is a little crazy. I think we might, unfortunately, probably cut this because just biologically I need to use the restroom and everything. So there's other challenges, but we're going to.
Yeah, you need that.
Right.
Just
Thank
the
you
other
so
night.
much. It's been like 5
was fun.
hours.
Yeah, it's been a little long, but wanted to give this. We're going to be live again soon. Oh wait, this thing is covering it. Sorry. There we go. We're going to be live again. I think ideally on Wednesday we're going to come back. If we didn't get to you, TY.
Yeah, 10 here.
There, yeah. So sorry. There's a lot of people we didn't get to. 2 things we'll ask is 1, send us your decks or material or anything. That's my personal email address, or LinkedIn DM, whatever it might be. Also, we'll be live again Wednesday, and you will all be first to go there. So Wednesday or whatever day works for you. I think Wednesday is probably the day that's
a good one.
Probably a good day. You will be first to chat.
So you have our names down already, huh?
There we
Yeah,
go.
we do.
Yep.
I don't know if we'll do a separate Luma, but
Yeah,
we
please.
will be on. Look out for us on LinkedIn.
Yeah. Check LinkedIn. Send me your names if we didn't get to you, and I'll prioritize you when we do the next stream. And then Troy, I think you had a comment as well.
Yeah, I was just you know, across the speedrun team, we'll be doing some information sessions, office hours as well over the next, you know, through the end of May when the speedrun application window is open. There's also no rush to apply, so you know, if you think your application would benefit from another couple weeks of building and finding more traction, you know, I would encourage you to think about that too. But cool. Thanks again to the team, and thanks for your interest in speedrun. I'm gonna go read some applications.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully we
everyone.
flooded your inbox.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Super
Thank you as
helpful.
well.
Yeah.
Thanks.
super
Awesome. Thank
Thanks
you
a lot.
all.
Thank you, everybody. This has been an awesome time.
We have a great day. I'll see you around.